Hey guys, welcome to RPA Developer Full Course. In this full course, we will cover the core topics of RPA and its popular tools like UiPath and Automation Anywhere. RPA is in demand and highly growing field. RPA is the use of software with artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities to handle high volume repeated tasks that were previously required humans to perform. UiPath and Automation Anywhere are the most popular RPA tools available in the market. So if you're interested in RPA and its tools like UiPath and Automation Anywhere, then you're in the right place. This video will help you understand the concepts of RPA. So here is the list of topics covered. We'll first start with what is RPA. Top 10 reasons to learn RPA. RPA Developer Salary and Resume. RPA Examples. Then we will go to most popular RPA tool UiPath. And we will see what is UiPath, UiPath Installation, UiPath Tutorial, UiPath Orchestrator, UiPath Robotic Enterprise Framework, UiPath Web Automation, UiPath Excel Automation, and UiPath Interview Questions. Then we will go to another RPA tool, Automation Anywhere, and look at Automation Anywhere Installation, Automation Anywhere Tutorial, Automation Anywhere Excel Operations, Automation Anywhere Interview Questions, RPA Using Python, and then we will see some of the RPA real-time projects. And finally, we will look at RPA Interview Questions. I'm sure you're excited to get started with the full course. But before we begin, make sure you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and clicked on the bell icon so you never miss an update from Simplilearn. So without wasting any further time, let's get started with RPA Developer Full Course.
This is Jim. He is an accountant in a multinational company. He handles several invoices and other financial records like monetary transactions, liabilities, checks, and ledgers on a daily basis. One of his tasks is to copy all the relevant information from these invoices, such as the name of the company, invoice ID, and data processing into a spreadsheet, and mail the sheet along with other financial reports to his superiors by the end of the day. As any prompt employee, he transfers all the information to the sheet, attaches the reports, and sends them over to his boss via email every day. But over a period, he starts finding this task to be time-consuming and repetitive. Frustrated, Jim looks for a way to reduce the time and effort it takes to complete the task. And voila! He stumbles across Robotic Process Automation, aka RPA. Using Robotic Process Automation, he builds a simple bot that extracts information from several invoices into an Excel sheet, attaches all the necessary financial reports, and sends them over to his superiors via email at a specific time every day. So, what exactly is Robotic Process Automation? Robotic Process Automation, RPA, is the use of software with artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities to handle high-volume repetitive tasks that previously required humans to perform. Some of these tasks include addressing queries, making calculations, maintenance of records, and performing transactions. There are several misconceptions about RPA. RPA is not a humanoid robot. It does not have a physical form and no resemblance to humans. RPA cannot replace humans or replicate human cognitive functions. It does not have a brain of its own, and cannot perform logical or critical thinking as humans do. The working of RPA includes 4 crucial phases. 1. The planning phase typically involves gathering the processes to be automated, identifying the test objects, and finalizing the implementation approach. 2. The development phase includes the creation of automation workflows as per the agreed plan. 3. Deployment and testing is a vital phase, since it uncovers any unexpected outages and ensures a bug-free product. 4. Lastly, there's the support and maintenance phase, which ensures that the product is continuously updated with smooth deployment across the user base. To meet the objectives of RPA, tools are used. These RPA tools are software applications that can configure tasks and automate them. Some of the popular RPA tools in the market are UiPath, Automation Anywhere, Blue Prism, WorkFusion, Pega, and Redwood, among others. When it comes to quality, RPA ensures consistent, error-free output, leading to reduced operational risks. This, in turn, improves customer satisfaction. In the area of delivery, RPA can help decrease the average handling time, and this enhances the customer experience and ensures 24/7 business continuity. With respect to cost, according to NASSCOM, domestic businesses can reduce the cost by up to 65% through RPA. It offers a higher ROI by driving positive returns within quarters as opposed to years. Other advantages of RPA include reduced training costs, minimal utilization of IT resources, and easier software migration. Today, many domains and industries like banking and finance, IT integration processes, human resources, insurance agencies, marketing and sales, and customer relationship management readily deploy RPA. RPA service adoption has been showing tremendous growth since 2016 and will continue to increase beyond 2020. According to McKinsey's research, knowledge and work automation could have an economic impact of $5 to $7 trillion by the year 2025. It will impact more than 230 million knowledge workers, which constitute 9% of the global workforce. Any company which is labor-intensive, where people are performing high-volume, high-transaction functions, stand to benefit the most with RPA adoption, boosting their capabilities and saving money and time. Now that we've discussed what RPA is and isn't, here's a question for you. Which of the following is not an RPA use case? 1. Email query processing. 2. Data extraction. 3. Image recognition. 4. Payroll processing. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comment section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. RPA offers the ability to automate business processes quickly and easily. It paves the way for digital transformation by placing automation tools at the user's disposal. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified and become an RPA developer to build a bright future in the field of automation.
10 reasons why you should learn RPA. But before jumping into it, let me give you a brief insight into what exactly RPA is. Now, do you remember the time you used the digital calculator in maybe your calculus class? It made it so much easier for you to arrive at an answer. Calculators undoubtedly helped you solve complex mathematical problems which previously required a lot of time. And of course, doing manual calculations have inherently several errors. But does calculation account for automation? Well, no. A conventional calculator requires manual input. So this is partial automation. Automating the usage of a calculator that requires zero human intervention is what RPA does. So what exactly is RPA? Robotic process automation is the use of software with artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities to handle high-volume, repeated tasks that previously required humans. Now, some of these tasks include addressing queries, making calculations, maintaining records, or even making transactions. So, why is RPA gaining popularity so rapidly, and why do companies and techies have RPA perspectives? So, here are the 10 reasons why one should learn RPA. So, number 10, fast implementation. Now, getting data entry bots up and running goes quickly. Implementing a new RPA software system certainly happens much faster than training a new person. You can have these data entry bots up and running in just days. In contrast, if you wanted to hire a new human employee, you'd be taking a lot of time in sorting out resumes, conducting interviews, going through the entire boring hiring process, and then finally when you find the right person, you'd have to spend time and energy on training them. However, in case of RPA, all of this is countered. And number 9, we have no training time. So now this is an important one. If your process changes and the bots need to learn something new, you can either replace them with new bots or alter their programming. Now that again goes much faster than training employees for new tasks. In terms of costs, training an employee for a new task will pan out to be way more expensive and time consuming. Next up, the bots will never quit. Now with RPA, you don't have to worry about employees quitting or dealing with the turnover. Bots don't care how hard they're working, or how boring their job is, or how repeatedly they're doing the same tasks. Again, yes, it would be ironic if the bots got tired. Software bots can work all the time, 24 hours a day, every single day of the year, at 100% capacity. Now, RPA doesn't take holidays, it doesn't have sick needs, and of course, they do not have unproductive days at all. Well, isn't that a treat to have someone who never retires or decides it's time to move to a different job? Next up, minimal IT resources. Maintaining software bots requires minimal IT resources. In some cases, IT doesn't need to get involved at all. Your RPA systems will be managed by the software provider. They're responsible for maintenance and updates, all of that. It completely takes the burden off IT and saves your company a whole lot of money. ROI is visible. Now, every organization wants to quantify their gains. Many of these organizations do not know how they should determine their ROI. But when it comes to adopting robotic process automation, ROI is visible. It defines a clearer path to demonstrate its returns. Complex problems can be solved. Now, as our data sources and analytical capabilities have grown, so has the time required to build various reports. Robotic process automation system is ideal for solution to solve these types of problems. The system stores the information and it can also remember and transform this information very easily. That means this makes you auditable and tax ready. Software migration. Now, it's a fact that software migrations are time consuming and costly. Migrating to a new software could take months and cost could turn out to be tens or thousands of millions of dollars. What's even more frustrating is that at all times, certain features and functionalities which may have functioned in a particular way in a previous version may not even be present in the updated version. So RPA helps with data migration with accuracy, speed, and continuous updating of software. RPA has a free tier. Many RPA vendors offer free tiers. Some of these vendors are Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, UiPath, among others. These RPA software vendors are offering high RPA software, notably UiPath with their Community Edition and WorkFusion with their RPA Express. This helps lower the total cost of ownership. There's no rip and replace. Now, RPA doesn't jeopardize an employee's job but helps with the growth of new jobs. To do your work, you'll need some additional software, yes, and virtual machines to deploy fully independent digital bots. But you may not need to rip and replace your existing infrastructures. Also, there's a common misconception that RPA could steal our jobs. Well, that's not true. Monitoring and controlling these bots are completely the responsibilities of the developer. As a result, RPA does not pull down your existing systems, but it leverages them. Lastly, popularity and high salary. According to Glassdoor, the average salary of an RPA developer in the US is $77,000 US. And in India, the beginning salary for an RPA developer is around 4.65 lakhs per annum. Top tier companies like Dell, IBM, Accenture, Capgemini, Cognizant, among others, are readily hiring RPA developers. Now with that, let's move on to the growth projections of RPA. Now looking at the graph here, both RPA software and services increased by huge amounts between 2016 and 2020. According to McKinsey research, knowledge and work automation could have an economic impact of $5 to $7 trillion by the year 2025. It will touch more than 230 million knowledge workers, which constitute about 9% of the global workforce. Any company which is labor intensive, where people are performing high volume, high transaction functions, will boost their capabilities and save money and time with RPA. Now, this is all you need to know about why one should learn RPA. But if you're looking to become a developer, let's look at some of the job roles and responsibilities. RPA developers are responsible for the creation, design, development, and implementation of RPA systems. An RPA developer is expected to provide guidance with process design, develop, test automation workflows, deploy RPA components, be it bots, robots, or development tools, support the implementation of RPA solutions, create process documentation, and also assure the quality of the automation. Moving on. So you must be wondering how Simplilearn can help you. Now, if you're looking to make a career as an RPA developer, then I'd recommend you go through some of the courses offered by us. So you could visit our official website, say simplilearn.com, and say RPA. You get a few options, and depending on your requirement, you can take up the appropriate course. So we have RPA training using UiPath. Alright, so you can click on that and get a brief overview of it. So this certification training is designed to help you master RPA processes and best practices. Now this mainly focuses on UiPath certification. It also gives you an insight into the key features. You can opt for your required training options, and then you have a course curriculum, and then you have eligibility. So this training is ideal for anyone with a technical background and anybody who wants to kickstart a career in this field. So professionals can also benefit from this training, and be it developers, project managers, architects, or product managers. Next up, we have Introduction to Robotic Process Automation. Now then again, you can look at the key features, what it provides. You have different courses for individuals and businesses. You can go through the description, and if you think this suits your requirements, then you can opt this. And again, it gives you the course overview. If this is what you want to learn, then I think this course is for you. And lastly, we have Automation Anywhere Certified Advanced RPA Training course. Now this is for Automation Anywhere certification. So anybody looking for that should totally go for this. We again have the overview here, the key salient features. We have training options, and then the criteria and course content. So you could go ahead and look at this and then choose the appropriate one. So let's begin by understanding who is an RPA developer. Now, generally speaking, an RPA developer is someone who works cross-functionally with business operations and business analysts to create and optimize workflow processes. However, this is a relatively new career path, and many organizations' formal titles for RPA developers differ. Now, other similar positions may include titles like process designer or automation architect. But no matter the title, the role of a successful RPA developer involves to design, develop, and implement RPA systems. In order to automate a business process, an RPA developer will be required to create workflow diagrams and strategically document the implementation. He is also responsible for bug fixes, so coding skills are important. Now, in order to be a successful RPA developer, you must have the ability to navigate various appropriate technologies such as UiPath or Automation Anywhere. Next up is RPA growth projections. Now, looking at the curve, both RPA software and services increased by huge amounts between 2016 and 2020 and beyond. According to McKinsey research, knowledge and work automation could have an economic impact of about 5 to 7 trillion US dollars by the year 2025. It will touch more than 230 million knowledge workers, which constitute up to 9% of the global workforce. Now, any company which is labor intensive, where people are performing high volume, high transaction functions, will boost their capabilities and save money and time with RPA. Now that we've established that RPA has a steep growth curve, let's look at the RPA job roles that you should look out for. we have the RPA Developer, Senior RPA Developer, RPA Process Architect, RPA Developer Senior Consultant, Project Manager, Lead Developer, Business Analyst, and RPA Data Analyst. Now these job roles come with specific responsibilities depending on the designation. However, there are a few common responsibilities of an RPA developer. Let's go ahead and check them out. Now the first one is strategic planning skills. Now planning is a crucial phase in any development life cycle. The RPA developer, regardless of the designation, should possess the aptitude to ensure strategic planning. Planning includes the design, development and implementation of RPA systems. This also helps streamline the business. Next up is strong analytical skills. Now to understand the client's requirements and cater to the needs accordingly is crucial. Analytical skills are also important to predict or identify potential bugs and errors and rectify them. Now this skill is especially required if you are involved in the overall development. Next, we have strong problem-solving skills. Now this again is extremely crucial to predict any outages and equip the entire unit to overcome any unforeseen interruptions. From the business perspective as well, problem-solving skills play a significant role in ensuring smooth conduction of tasks. Experience in any programming language such as C, C++, Python, Ruby, Java or .NET is also important. Hands-on experience on RPA tools and cognitive platforms such as Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, UiPath, OpenSpan, etc. is necessary. Communication skills are pivotal for any organization. The developer should be outspoken and articulate any new ideas. He should also be confident to raise concerns and be as transparent as possible. In the long run, this only proves to be helpful to the organization. Lastly, we have exposure to SQL. Now, experience with database, be it SQL or NoSQL, is highly preferred. It's always an added advantage if you have the knowledge about accessing and managing databases. Next up, we have RPA developer salaries. Now, the salaries will differ depending on the location, your experience, and also the designation. Now, in the US, here are the job salaries and the roles. According to Glassdoor, an RPA developer in the US earns around $76,000 per year. An RPA developer senior consultant earns around $99,000 per year. An RPA process architect earns an average salary of $95,000, and a senior RPA developer earns an average salary of $92,000. An RPA project manager earns around $73,000 per annum. An RPA lead developer earns an average salary of $99,000 per annum. An RPA business analyst earns around $68,000 per annum. And the data analyst earns around $62,000 per annum. Moving on to India, the average salary of an RPA developer is around 5,98,000 rupees. That of a senior consultant, a senior RPA developer and an RPA lead developer is around 14 lakhs per annum. And the average salary of an RPA business analyst is around 5,40,000 rupees. Now let me quickly run you through a sample resume of an RPA developer. Now this is just a template and you can alter it according to your needs. First up is your general information like name, phone number and your email ID. Then you can give a quick description about yourself and your strengths. You can also mention the objective as to why you're applying and what you're looking for in the organization. You can include your LinkedIn profile link and your GitHub link. One look at your LinkedIn profile is enough for anybody to gather all the information necessary. So make sure that it's updated. Moving on, you could mention your experience. Now here you would have to mention the names of your previous organizations along with your designation and the tenure. You could also include your key responsibilities in these organizations. Along with the responsibilities, you could also mention the awards that you've received in your organizations. Next up is your educational background. You can mention the university that you graduated from and this requires that you have a degree in computer science. You can also go ahead and mention your GPA. The next section is skills. Now this is pretty crucial. In the technical skills section, you could mention about the different RPA tools that you've worked on. If you're good at a particular programming language, go ahead and mention that as well. As mentioned earlier, any experience in database management is an added advantage. If you have any experience, go ahead and mention that. Moving on to non-technical skills, you could mention any extracurricular activities that you're proud of. Some soft skills that you feel worth mentioning can be added in this section. Mentioning the languages that you know can also boost your resume. Now, given all this, it's fundamental that you do not lie on your resume.
In this video, we will be looking at the robotic process automation example. Let us consider a discussion between John and Jamie. John is very curious and wants to know how and where RPA is used in different fields. Jamie, being a developer, helps John in understanding the RPA examples. Even if you are curious to know the applications of RPA, then you are at the right place. So let's get started. The first example is customer service. Let's look at the problem statement. A customer representative must understand and solve the customer queries, carry out the necessary actions by switching between the various softwares and applications, and inform the customer. This must wait while the representative is busy dealing with data, sometimes asking for information that has already been requested. This tends to decrease customer satisfaction and extends call duration. The solution requires identifying frequently asked customer questions, assessing customer representative actions in response to those questions, and developing RPA solutions to facilitate those questions. When several sets of information need to be coordinated across systems, the customer service representative can launch a bot. The bot completes all actions in seconds with the press of a button. For frequently asked questions, a dashboard can be created. A customer service representative will fill out the necessary information to receive the queries, and bots will use that data in multiple systems to complete the transaction. Let's look at an example. Consider a scenario where a company was providing support to the client, and the company was supposed to handle a large number of calls, approximately 20,000 calls per month, which required a significant amount of time spent in the support team. Because of the system's complexity, an executive's average time was about 10 minutes, as the system was inefficient and slow, resulting in a poor customer service. With the RPA solution, the organization gained a virtual team that can complete the task in less than a minute, resulting in a drastic reduction in execution time. The RPA bot performs the following tasks: loading a comprehensive customer profile, obtaining a detailed billing information, user preferences and other user information are being updated, resolving common but simple customer issues. Let's look at the second example, financial service. Financial service involves compiling and combining financial information from various departments and storing the records in a system. Data is manually extracted from a bank statements to reconcile documents and link them to its forms using detailed spreadsheets. To complete the reports, business rely on Excel, legacy software, and manual labor, which is tedious and time-consuming. Solution: robots can generate invoices in seconds, prompting clients to pay more quickly. RPA in financial services system tracks and standardizes and validates payments, processes orders and avoids errors, and is always on top of things. Such a disciplined assistant makes the customer's experience less stressful, adding value to the service provider. RPA in finance eliminates the need for endless email correspondence and ensures a smooth payment approval process, matches invoices to responsible parties, and sets deadline reminders. Automated data entry speeds up the process and relieves human employees of huge tasks. This enables precise and structured invoice processing. Consider a financial service company that's having difficulty extracting data from financial documents efficiently and accurately in order to generate ratings. Using RPA, company implemented an application that recognized and processed data. This enabled the client to quickly and cost-effectively automate. The tasks performed by RPA bots in financial service are investment management, reconciliation of bank statements, organizing the finances, record of accounts receivables and pay. The third example is HR service. This operation includes numerous routine steps such as interview scheduling, record keeping, resume screening, candidate shortlisting, induction training, and onboarding. Hiring and firing place a significant burden on HR and other support functions such as IT, security, and facilities management, particularly for medium and large businesses. While it is expensive to build a solution that encompasses all of these functions and completes the necessary tasks for new or departing employees, some employees can be sloppy with recording absences, vacation, or in general, using the existing absence management system. So the possible solution for this is RPA can be used to collect and screen resumes and online application forms, conduct through background checks, and compare the information to all relevant job requisitions. This allows the best candidates to be shortlisted. RPA can be used quickly to create offer letters for new employees that are both personalized and accurate. It can also validate records by cross-checking data such as absentees reports against time logged in the corporate network and alerting when information is missing or inconsistent. Talent acquisition team of a company automated aspects of onboarding process for new employees. Previously, the onboarding paperwork was completed manually by one person, consuming a significant amount of employees' time that could have been spent on more valuable work. This type of work that no one wants to do day after day. The company understands that an HR department wants to provide a digital and straightforward experience. The task required a lot of copy and paste activities. With the implementation of RPA, the bot completed the onboarding paperwork in less time, allowing HRs to spend more time on corporate social responsibilities, hiring talent, initiatives, and improving a company's reputation. The tasks performed by RPA bots in HR service are screening resumes, onboarding of new hires, attendance management, induction and training, employment management, and survey report. The fourth example is telecom service. The telecommunications industry involves high frequency of manual, repetitive, rules-based processes, all of which are critical for providing appropriate service delivery. Thus, the foundation of telecommunications is made up of processes that are highly amenable to automation. For telecommunication companies looking to improve their customer service, high reliability and accuracy of process outcomes are required. Solution: the use of robotic process automation in telecom reduces error rates to close to zero, improves data quality, improves customer service, and increases operational efficiency, all while contributing significantly to cost reduction. RPA technology can capture the business process task performed by a telecom company's employees. Based on the employee's action, a well-structured workflow can be generated, which serves as the foundation for automated process. By mapping each process step with its significant cost for manual execution, it is simple to determine which action should be automated to maximize return on the investment. Consider an example: a telecommunications and media company decided to automate its order creation and service removal process to cut costs associated with the company's speed booster discount service and deal with a massive amount of transactional data. With the implementation of RPA, it becomes simple to automate the order build process and service removal activity. The tasks performed by RPA bots in telecom service are: it checks on the credit and SIM card swapping, resolution of customer complaints, porting customer phone numbers, responding to questions from partners. The fifth example is healthcare service. Healthcare systems contain numerous burdensome tasks that involve significant resource allocation, such as claim management. This results in high operational cost and slow process. Every industry has inefficiencies, but few face the healthcare industry's challenges. Strict regulations regarding patient data and lack of resources to deal with such rules. Billing takes time after a healthcare service is provided due to manual and repetitive tasks in the management process. Management process include document and data input, processing, and evaluation in addition to the automating time-consuming tasks. Patients can schedule appointments without the intervention of hospital employees, credit to RPA technology. Along with eliminating the need of resource allocation for scheduling, by allowing patients to reschedule appointments more quickly, this application can improve customer relations. RPA allows healthcare providers to track and document each process step in structured log files to comply with external audits. RPA improves data confidentiality because bots handle this process. Let's consider an example. Daily, a healthcare organization deals with the process of patient transaction data, customer detail recording, claims to the process, and data reconciliation for healthcare schemes are some of the manual processes they must streamline daily. The primary goal was to increase the efficiency of existing approaches to achieve greater accuracy with reduced turnaround time. Robotic process automation was implemented and the most significant possible impact was obtained. RPA platform handled claims, processing, and health data reconciliation program. Healthcare was able to reduce turnaround time with this solution. The tasks performed by RPA bots in healthcare service are appointment scheduling, regulatory compliance, data entry, and supporting analytics to improve treatment. What is UiPath? UiPath is a robotic process automation tool for large-scale end-to-end automation. For an accelerated business change, it provides solutions for business to automate routine office activities. It uses a variety of methods to transform tedious tasks into automated process. Daniel Dines and Maria Stirka, Romanian entrepreneurs, founded UiPath in Bucharest in 2005. The first UiPath desktop automation product line was launched in 2013, giving business RPA tools to automate manual and repetitive back-office tasks. Let's look at the features of UiPath. Drag and drop workflow. The user of UiPath will develop visual process steps by dragging and dropping related tasks onto the graphical workspace. Then with the user interface properties, they can transform those process steps into a visual workflow. Users may also use the recorder wizard in the UiPath tool to build web-based or application workflows. The next feature is record and playback. The user can use this function to record actions and transform them into automated process series. UiPath has the following types of recording options. Basic recording. It focuses on automating single tasks and is commonly used to develop each activity's complete selector. Desktop recording. It can be used for a variety of actions as well as actions development. Web recording. It is a common tool for viewing and recording web page activities. Citrix recording. It is very widely used for recording stuff like pictures and virtualized environment automation. Next we have inbuilt activities in UiPath. UiPath comes with over 300 built-in activities covering a wide range of process automation and application integration design tasks. These activities are found in the Activities pane, which covers most design tasks such as data extraction, data entry, and automation. Next we have advanced scraping options. Scraping data from web pages and applications is easier with UiPath screen scraping. Furthermore, the data screen scraping wizard helps in scraping of data with a repetitive structure. Scraping solution works flawlessly with any program, including .NET, Java, Flash, PDF, Legacy, and SAP. Next we have high security and robustness. We can create super smart durable robots with UiPath. With a simple visual canvas, everyone in the company can use bots. UiPath offers high security auto login functionality to run the bots and operates with a locked screen, allowing automated process to run in complete privacy. Let's look at the components of UiPath. The first component we have UiPath Studio, UiPath Robot, and UiPath Orchestrator. Let's look at them one by one. This is how a UiPath Studio looks like. UiPath Studio is a user-friendly interface inside the tool that allows users to visually plan and design various automation processes through diagrams using drag and drop functionality. These diagrams are merely a structural reflection of specific tasks that must be completed. This is the activity pane in the UiPath Studio. It consists of project, activities, and snippets. This is the ribbon tab. It consists of saving options, opening new files, debugging files, recording, screen scraping, data scraping, and many more. We will explore this in the demo section. Next we have output pane where output is being displayed. And we have the properties pane where the properties of each activity is shown here. The next component is UiPath Robot. After you have built your process, the next move is to put into action in the UiPath Studio. UiPath robots are used to translate the process into tasks, which are then executed. These robots are used to assign various tasks and carry them out in the same manner as humans but without human interference. When given operation occurs on the computer, UiPath robots are programmed to begin executing tasks automatically. Next we have UiPath Orchestrator. The Orchestrator is a web-based application in UiPath. It has features like deploying, monitoring, scheduling, and controlling automated bots and processes. It's a centralized forum for managing and controlling all software bots. Let's look at the architecture of UiPath. It consists of two sections, the client side and the server side, and the three layers. Let us look at them one by one. We will first look at the client side and the server side. Client-side UiPath components are those that the user or developer can communicate with directly. UiPath Studio, UiPath Robot, Browser, and UiPath Agent are usually included. UiPath's backend operation are considered server-side. The tasks and workflows that a user produces are saved in the databases. UiPath Orchestrator chooses the necessary function and the software robots to carry out the code's task. The robot's logs and statistics are stored in the backend. Logs are useful for analyzing robot performance and detecting errors in them. The two elements comprise the UiPath robot, agent support for UiPath, and the executor service for UiPath. The agent support for UiPath is a service in UiPath that serves as the mediator between the client side and the server side of UiPath. All of the information and data are conveyed via the handler. Messages are also logged into the orchestrator before being moved to the SQL server. The service can be used to search all of the currently available tasks in the device tray. It also can change device settings and start and stop the current task. Executor service for UiPath. In this, the software robots use this service to carry out the task specified in the window session. Now let us look at the three layers. First one is the presentation layer. These UiPath components that are open to the users make up the client layer. UiPath Studio, robots, browsers, UiPath agent, and executors. For example, a user or a developer may use these components to design and create different tasks that can be automated. Computer robots are commonly used to complete these tasks. The client layer is another name for the presentation layer. Let us look at the service layer, the UiPath's architecture's most significant sheet. The cloud layer shows all server information. The UiPath Orchestrator is the most significant part of the server layer. When the robots can perform the task, the entire project is periodically uploaded to the server. Within the aid of an orchestrator, the project is often carried out through several structures. The orchestrator is in charge of the whole band. It keeps track of the project development, schedules software robots for execution, and produces summary reports based on the filtered parameter. It assists in the synchronization of software robots so that they can continue to perform routine tasks. It helps our project meet project requirements, service levels, and deadlines, thanks to its web-based management system. Now let us look at the persistence layer. Database servers make up the bulk of this sheet. During this layer, all of the robots' configuration information is saved. Users insert data, robots, assign tasks, logging information, and assets, among the other items, into the orchestrator's configuration details. Furthermore, persistency layer is in charge of keeping the log information updated by the UiPath agent services. Elasticsearch is used to store these logs. The logs are primarily useful for locating and correcting errors. Process level data is usually saved in relational database management systems such as SQL Server. This makes processing logs from the vast volume of data a lot simpler. Hence, the queues tasks are often taken care by the persistency layer. Let's look at some of the applications of UiPath. In sales UiPath is used to generate invoice. This is an example of data replication in action. Both CRM and accounting systems must have the same sales details. Bots can update accounting records, prepare and send invoices from the appropriate email addresses instead of manually replicating data. It is also used in keeping scorecards up to date. Companies that do not have HR and CRM systems integrated can use RPA bots to ensure that CRM adjustments are submitted to scorecards in real time, allowing sales reps to track their progress. It is used in CRM updating. A new class of solution is evolving to incorporate their email, call and other contact data into CRM. A simple bot could be written to update your CRM records with customer contact information if you can't find a suitable solution for using the CRM systems. Next, it is used in banking. In banking, it is used to check KYC. Though dedicated KYC solutions are evolving, RPA bots can be used to automate portions of the KYC process if your organization does not want to use one. A case may be referred to an employee in the event of an edge case that requires human involvement. It is used in sanction of loans. Like most document process activities, this method is appropriate to RPA automation because complex business logic can be embedded in bots, which can partially automate loan decisions and the manual process that follow. It is used in execution of trade. RPA bots may be useful in situations where legacy systems are incapable of storing complex limit orders. However, this is more a band-aid solution. In the long run, switching to a sophisticated and competent trading system will certainly be a smart investment, considering how it could increase trading and minimize trader workload. Next, it is used in healthcare. In healthcare, it is used for appointment scheduling. The RPA bot makes appointment for patient based on their diagnosis, doctor availability, location, and other factors such as financial statement and insurance details. It is used in supporting analytics to improve patient treatment. RPA bots may collect a variety of medical information. RPA bots, for example, can use patient data to a third-party healthcare analytics provider to provide more reliable diagnosis and better patient care without violating any confidentiality regulations. Let's look at the benefits of UiPath.
Now this class that I've registered for,
increase productivity.
as soon as you click,
UiPath automates with quick speed and
once the class on
accessibility.
your machine
Consider an
and watch
RPA
it
bot
later.
that allows a worker to produce a
Next,
monthly report in
moving on
20
to
minutes
assessments.
instead of manually
Once
taking
you
4
clear,
hours.
we'll have a
The company's
criteria
productivity
that on
could
your
increase
local
as a
machine
result of
and
process automation. Next, we have high efficiency. RPA software does not need a break. It can operate 24 hours a day. A single RPA robot may replace 2 to 5 full-time workers. If not more, robots can do the same amount of work in less time or more work at the same time than humans. Customer experience. In RPA-adopted business, routine and repetitive and boring tasks are assigned to robots, allowing employees to focus more on customer service. Company may meet consumer needs with the help of professional and knowledgeable employees. Highly secure. There is no risk of information leakage from one component to another because it performs single tasks. As a result, data access is strictly monitored and reported. Cost effective. UiPath has minimal operating cost and more efficient use of IT resources. Let's look at the top companies hiring UiPath developers. Infosys, IBM, Deloitte, EY, KPMG, Tata, Tech Mahindra, and Capgemini. Let's look at the salary trends for UiPath developers. The average pay scale for a UiPath developer in India is 5,45,000 rupees. UiPath developers' salary ranges from 362,000 rupees to 1 million. In USA, the UiPath developer salary ranges from $58,000 to $107,000, and the average salary is $76,000. Let's look at a demo. Consider a scenario where you have multiple Excel files you want to combine the data in single file. In this demo, we will merge two Excel files into a single Excel file and send it over an email. Let's create automation to merge two Excel files using UiPath. From here, we can open a new project or existing project stored locally or on version control system. With a click, we can open a new project or create a new project from a template. UiPath offers many templates depending on what you are trying to do. For now, let us start with a blank project. So we'll open a blank project here. So we'll open a main workflow. Then we'll go to new and select a new sequence. We can do it using a flowchart as well, but for now I'll show you doing a sequence. So we'll open the sequence and we'll name the sequence. Since we are merging two files, I'll name it as merging files. And I'll create it. So we'll go to the activities pane. Firstly, we need to drag and drop a read CSV activity. So search for read CSV. So drag and drop read CSV activity. Since we are using two Excel files, so we need two read CSV activities. And read from the file, we need to select the file location. So we'll select the file location, sample CSV file 1. And at the file 2, we'll select another file location, sample CSV file. At the output side, we'll create a variable and name it as sl underscore file 1. Similarly, for another read CSV, we'll create a variable and name it as sl underscore file 2. So this much is done. Now we need an assign activity. So we'll search for assign activity. So we'll drag and drop. Assign activity has two parameters, to and enter an expression. So in the to, we'll create a variable, name it as merged SL. And in the expression, write an expression, say SL underscore file 1 dot clone. Why are we using a clone function? The clone function creates a new data table with same structure but does not copy the data. Oops, it's showing an error here. So what's the error? So we need to assign the variable type to be system.data.data table. Here we go. The error has gone. So after using the assign activity, we need to merge the data table. So we need merge data table activity. So search for merge data table. Here we go. Drag and drop it. We need two merge data table activities. So drag and drop. And specify the destination and source here. The destination is the merged SL. And the source is the SL underscore file 1 for the first data merge table. Similarly, for second merge data table, destination remains same. Source will change to SL underscore file 2. So this is done. So next we need to drag and drop a write CSV file. Write CSV file creates an output file in which you want to merge the two files. So search for write CSV. Here we go, drag and drop it. So choose the path, create the file. So you can see there is no output file here. So we'll create the output file now, which is an empty file. So output.csv. So we have created an output file. So right from, we'll write it as merged SL. We need the data from merged SL. So the output file is created. So now we need to send the file over and mail. So for that we need to drag and drop a get password activity. So we'll search for get password activity. Here we go, drag and drop it. And once you get this get password activity, enter the password here, enter your password, email ID password. So there is a prerequisite when you use get password. To receive a mail, go to your Google account. In Google account, go to your security option, and in security there is an option called less secure app access. Turn that on. I'll repeat, turn on the less secure app access. Okay, once the get password is done, go to the result section. In the result section, right click and create a variable. Name it something, maybe SSS. So I've created a variable there. So we need a last activity now, that is SMT mail message. SMTP mail message. Drag and drop it. So in the host, port and enter the server. So the server, you have to enter it as smtp.gmail. All should be in the double quotes. smtp.gmail.com, and enter the port number as 587 and enter your email ID here, which is your own email ID. I'll enter mine. Once you enter the email ID, enter the password what we had created. So that's done. So enter the email ID here. Enter the subject whatever you want. So I'll enter it as merged data, merged Excel files. Enter the body. So we'll attach the file. So what is the file which we are attaching here? So we are attaching the output file, what we have named it as output.csv file. So that's it. We'll run the program. We'll run the code. Sample execution has started, and within the 10 seconds sample execution has ended. So we'll go and check if we have received the mail. So this is my email ID. Here we go. We have received the email here. Let's open this. Let's open the output file. Here we go. You can see the data is being merged. And if you go to the file where the documents were stored, here you go. These were the two files, the sample file 1 and sample file 2, and this is the merged file which was created. Let me show you the sample file 1 and sample file 2. So this is the sample file 1 with 10 rows, and this is sample file 2 which also has 10 rows. So this is file 2 with 10 rows and file 1 with 10 rows. And here we go. This is the output file which has both 10 rows merged here. Here we go. It is sent over and mail. So that's it. It was an example, a demo for better understanding of UiPath. In this video, we will be looking at the installation of UiPath. So let us see the requirements. We will first look at the hardware requirements. The CPU should at least have a processor of 1.4 GHz 32-bit configuration, or it's recommended to have a 1.8 GHz 64-bit configuration. The device is recommended to have a RAM of 8 GB, if not at least a minimum of 4 GB. Let us look at the software requirements. If you are using a Windows operating system, then Windows should be of version 8.1 or 8.1N or 10 or 10N, and the Windows Server should be of 2012 R2, 2016 or 2019 versions. Another prerequisite is to have .NET Framework of minimum of 4.5.2 version installed. Let us look at the editions, the different editions that UiPath offers. UiPath offers two types of editions, Community Edition and Enterprise Edition. Community Edition is for the developers and small teams who are just starting on their automation journey. The Enterprise Edition is further classified into three types, Enterprise Studio Edition, Enterprise Cloud Edition, and Enterprise Server Edition. So Enterprise Studio Edition is for individual enterprise developers who want to experiment with UiPath Studio. Enterprise Cloud is a cloud-based deployment of entire RPA enterprise platform for any size business. Enterprise Server on-premises deployment for entire enterprise automation platform for large-scale business. Let us look at the different profiles in UiPath. UiPath Studio X, UiPath Studio, and UiPath Studio Pro. UiPath Studio X is for business users. If you're not a developer, but if you want to automate a simple task, then it is easy to use a Studio X. UiPath Studio. It is for RPA developers. Build complex automation that is run by attended or unattended robots. UiPath Studio Pro. It is for the specialized developers. Automate with AI, advanced RPA features, testing tools, and sophisticated coding services. So we will look at the installation. Let us install UiPath. Go to any one of the browser and search for uipath.com. This will take you to the official UiPath website. Here you can see try UiPath for free. Click here. Since I have already registered before, it is showing as continue to existing organization. If you're visiting this website for the first time, then you might have to register or sign in using an email account. After signing in and filling all the details, you can continue. Here you can see download UiPath Studio. Click on this and download the UiPath Studio. Here you go. The UiPath Studio setup file is getting downloaded. Once the UiPath file is downloaded, run the setup file, and here you can see the UiPath is getting installed. After installation, it will ask for a license. Select Community License, which is free. After selecting the license, you need to choose a profile. There are three profiles: UiPath Studio Pro, which is the Advanced Studio IDE. It has features like testing tools, advanced RPA features, and coding services. Another profile is UiPath Studio. It is for developers who have prior programming experience. And the last profile is the UiPath Studio X. It is for the people who don't have any programming experience. So we will select UiPath Studio X for now. Next, UiPath will ask you to update the channel. You can either select the stable version or preview version. We will select the stable version for now. After you select the versions, you need to select the source control plugins. You can enable Git version control system or Apache Subversion and Azure DevOps Server. UiPath provides a short introduction video tutorials to learn how to build automations following step-by-step instructions, and an academy to take free training on the UiPath Academy. So that's it. You have successfully installed UiPath Studio. From here, you can open a new project, new template, and start building the first automation.
So what is UiPath? Now RPA is a technology with which human tasks can be automated. To facilitate this, a tool is required. UiPath is one such tool among others that are used to create bots with the help of visual processes and diagrams. It provides complete end-to-end automation, calling it hyperautomation. UiPath was founded by Daniel Dines and Marius Turka in 2005. UiPath is specially used for Windows process automation. It automates repetitive tasks. And lastly, UiPath offers drag and drop functionalities to make it easy to use. Now, since there are so many other tools like Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere in the market, what makes UiPath stand out? So let's look at the advantages of UiPath. First, UiPath has an activity library. This library has several built-in activities and features like display message, input box, and so on. This improves the customer experience. We will deal with these activities in the demo later. Next up is security. RPA deals with a variety of information like credit card numbers, financial information, and passwords. UiPath offers extensive security since all the information can be encrypted and stored on a centralized server. Has an activity library. Up next, we have recorders. So UiPath uses a micro recorder to record the user actions such as mouse clicks and keystrokes. Once the actions are recorded, they can be emulated using emulators for quick automation. Third-party integration. UiPath can be integrated with third-party plugins like IBM Watson and Google plugins. Then we have powerful debugging. UiPath Studio comes with a debug component that helps find and locate problems easily in complex workflows. This is useful for viewing the execution of each activity to verify what data it gets and if there are errors in producing outputs. Now, let's understand the various UiPath products. First up is UiPath Studio. This is the platform to create the bots. This product consists of all the necessary drag and drop activities and a robust UI to help develop bots of your choice. Now, the UiPath Studio consists of the GUI dashboard. It offers a visual dashboard with activities like send email, display message, and so on. Then we have types of recorders. UiPath Studio offers various types of recorders to record actions on multiple platforms. Then we have logging and exception handling. It offers various options for debugging and exception handling such as debug, robust UI, open logs to help slow step, etc. And finally, we have reusable components. The user can create reusable components to publish them together as libraries. Next, we have the UiPath robots. All the automation tasks that created are run by UiPath robots. There are two types of robots, attended robots and unattended robots. Attended robots work with you to speed up service desk and help desk. It is used in activities where human involvement is the key. Unattended robots operate without human touch, maximizing cost and performance benefits for any variety of back office tasks. Lastly, we have the UiPath Orchestrator. The orchestrator is like a centralized entity where you can deploy, secure, manage all your automation tasks. Here are the steps involved. First, you create a bot. Now you create a project and publish it as a process for further use. Once a process is created, it is assigned to a specific robot to execute in an environment. This collectively constitutes a job. Now, let's move on to the architecture of UiPath. So on the top, you have the client layer consisting of UiPath Studio and the UiPath robot. Now, the UiPath robot has two parts. One is the UiPath agent service, which displays all the available jobs in the system tray, and the other one is the UiPath executor service, which is used to run the jobs in one Windows session. The server layer receives the robot once it is ready for execution. With the help of the orchestrator, you can run the project on different PCs. The orchestrator monitors the deploys, configures, queue management, and logging. Lastly, we have the persistent layer, which consists of the databases. It takes care of the queues and holds information about the robot configuration and their assigned processes. Now that we know what UiPath is, let's acquaint ourselves with its user interface and understand its components better.
Hello everyone, this is
This is what the typical interface looks like.
Talk about big data and
First, we have the ribbon.
With an example.
It consists of three tabs: Home, Design, and Debug. Home is where you start a new project from predefined templates or open a project you recently worked on. By default, the projects are created in the location shown below. Next is the Design tab. Design tab adds sequences, flowcharts, and state machines to your project. It installs and manages activity packages. It builds interactions with UI elements and then publishes your work to Orchestrator. Finally is Debug. It debugs your workflow while using debugging tools to set up breakpoints, monitor the execution of activities step by step, and adjust the debugging speed. Next on the screen is Tools. So the Tools tab can be used for installing extensions from Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Java, Silverlight, Citrix and Windows Remote Desktop, and is also used for launching the UI Explorer and Project Dependencies Mass Update tool. Then we have Settings. The Settings tab has options for changing the interface language, theme, setting global preferences and managing activity feeds.
So let's start off. Before we move on
So
to
you
the
have general
applications,
settings, then there is settings for design, locations, manage resources, and finally license and profile. Up next, you have Help. The Help tab directs you to product documentation, release notes, online resources, the community forum and the RPA Academy. After that, you have the Recorder. The Recorder component in UiPath Studio allows the user to record UI mouse movements and keyboard activities to generate automation scripts. After that, you have Scraping. So, UiPath Studio supports two types of scraping. One is screen scraping and the next one is data scraping. So screen scraping is programmatic collection of visual data and data scraping is the extraction of structured data from an application. Then you have user events. User events records events such as mouse clicks and keystrokes. Then you have variables. So variables hold different types of data. These variables can change over time. UiPath makes an easy provision to create and remove unused variables. On the bottom left, you have Project. So the Project panel enables you to view the components of the current project, add folders, open the file location, manage dependencies, and adjust project settings. Beside it, you have Activities panel. So the Activities panel shows available activities that can be added to the current workflow. Users can use the search box to find activities, navigate through them using navigation keys and press. You also have the Snippets panel, which enables you to easily reuse automation. It includes by default multiple samples and snippets. To the bottom right, you have the Properties panel, which is contextual and enables you to view and change the properties of a selected activity. You also have the Outline panel, which displays the project hierarchy, all available variables and nodes. You can highlight activities in this panel by selecting them in the Designer panel. The Output panel enables you to display the output of the log message or write line activities, among other things. Exceptions for packages are also displayed in this panel. So now that you have understood the interface of UiPath, let's look at the companies using UiPath. So you have Accenture, Capgemini, Cognizant, Atos and Deloitte to name a few. Now, we'll do a demo to automate a task using UiPath Studio. So here is what we are going to do in the demo. We'll create an automated process to fetch data from a website wherein the bot would extract data like the name of the person, the phone number and the email ID. This data will store it in an Excel sheet and send it over an email. Now let's get started.
Digitally transforming
to do this demo,
your organization
we'll be using the fake name generator
skills
website to generate random data of people and store this data set in an Excel sheet.
To meet the
Now, if I had to do this
and
manually,
demands of
I would first create an Excel sheet. So let me open an Excel workbook. I'll create a blank workbook. So this is where I'll put my data if I had to do it manually. So now let me take you to the fake name generator website. So I'll search for fakenamegenerator.com. So this is the website where you can generate fake names. Now, if I had to store this data in Excel, I would manually copy paste each and every detail and paste it onto the Excel sheet. So for that, first I had to create columns like name, then phone number, then email. After that, I had to come back to this and copy each of these fields. So name,
and how you can become a certified digital marketer.
I had to take the phone
first
number.
Off, let's answer the most important.
So I would copy this, and similarly for the email address as well. For one record it is fine. What if you are asked to fetch 100 records or say 200 records? Then this method is not at all feasible. It is time consuming and inefficient. You need to find a way where you can automate this task of fetching records. UiPath is a solution for this. So let's see how we can automate this task using the UiPath Studio. So I'll click on Open Main Workflow. First, we need to direct UiPath to go to the fake name generator website. For that, we need the sequence activity. So let me search for sequence here. So under activities, I'll search for sequence and I'll drag it here. After that, I need to open the website in a web browser. So for that, let me search for another activity called Open Browser. So under activity, I look for Open Browser. So I'll drag it on the sequence itself. Now it is asking you to insert the URL of the website and it must be within double quotes.
We're going to learn all that.
So I'll go to my website.
Cloud computing is the use of a network
Copy paste
of
the
remote
URL.
servers hosted on the internet
I have to
store,
give this
manage,
URL within
process
double
data,
quotes
rather
and
than
I'll paste
having
it.
all that
Hi there.
locally
Welcome to this
and
brand
using
new
local
learning.
servers
Now,
for that.
we need to select the name of the browser where you want to open this website. So under Input and Browser Type, I'll choose Chrome. Now let me go ahead and run this file. So under Debug, I have Run File. I'll click on it. So as you can see, the website is automatically opened in a new window on Chrome. I'll close this. The next step in the process is to tell the program how many records we want to fetch from the website. For this, we will create an input dialog box. So under Activities,
Plain and it's very simple.
I'll search for
The source code
input.
control bucket.
So here you get the input dialog box. I'll drag and drop it on the top. Now it is asking us to give the details. So I'll put it within double quotes, say enter the details of customers or say people. And then here I'll give enter the number of records you want to fetch. Now I have to store this information in a variable. So under variables, I'll create a variable and name it as total. Is the total number of records I want to fetch. Similarly, under output result, I'll give the same variable name as total. Now we need to fetch the details a number of times repeatedly, say for 10 times or 20 times or 50 times. To do this operation, I'll be using a do-while loop. So to use a do-while loop, I'll first search for do-while. And I'll drop it to the do section of the sequence. As you can see, do while has two components. One is the body and the other one is condition. The body has the things that you want the program to do. The condition is where you evaluate certain conditions every time when the program has to do a task. So for every step or iteration, it will check if the condition is true or not and go inside the body of the loop. Now for doing this, we need to assign a variable. So let's name the variable as val, and I'll change the variable type to integer, and I'll make the scope to sequence. I'll also assign a default value of 0. Now we'll compare this val to the variable total. So the condition I'll give is check if val is less than total. So under condition, I'll give val less than total. So every time the value of val is less than the total, it will keep fetching the records from the website. You can see it has thrown some error. Now this is because our total variable is of type string while the val variable is of type integer. So you can't compare an integer with a string variable. So that would be absurd. We need to convert the total variable to an integer using the cint function. So here itself I'll write cint, which is convert this total variable to integer. You can see the error is gone. The next thing I want to do is, if the value of the val variable is less than total, I'll increment the value of val to 1. So to do that, I'll use an activity called assign. So I'll check for assign and I'll drag it onto the body. So here I'll give val equals to val plus 1. This will make sure the value of val increases by 1 every time there is a new record inserted. It will continue until the value of val no longer matches the total. So the next job is to extract information from the website. To do this, we will use the get full text activity. So I'll search for get full text here and I'll drag it right below the assign activity. Now you need to select the information which you want. So first I want to get the name. I'll click on the indicate element inside browser and then select the name of the person. So I'll click on this and I'll click on the name. There you go. Now we need to store this name in a variable. So I'll create a variable. So under variable, I'll create a variable called name, and in the output also I'll give the same variable name. Next, I want to fetch the phone number of the person. So I'll again select get full text and I'll drag it here. I'll click on indicate element inside browser. So I'll scroll down and I'll select the phone number of the person. So we have selected the phone number. Similarly, I'll store this phone number in a variable. I'll create a variable called phone underscore number, and the output text box also will give the same variable as phone underscore number. After that, I want to get the email address of the person. So I'll continue with the same drill. I'll select the activity once again, which is get full text, and I'll drag it right here. I'll click on indicate element inside browser, and now we'll select the email address, which is this one. Similarly, I'll store the email address in a variable called email underscore ID, and in the output also we'll give the same variable name, which is email underscore ID. Now we need to store the names, phone numbers and email IDs into an Excel sheet. For that, we need to create a data table. So I'll search for data table under activities. Let me go ahead and do that. So I'll choose build data table and drag it right below the input dialog box. Now this table has to be assigned to a variable. So let me do that. Let me give a variable name as fetch underscore data underscore table. Similarly, in the output also we'll give the same variable name, which is fetch underscore data underscore table. One thing I need to tell you here is we'll change the variable type. So I'll select browse for types and look for data table, which is system.data. I'll drill down and search for data table, which is this one. Click OK. We need to assign the column names to this data table. So let me now do that. I'll uncheck all this and select the columns. So we'll give the first column name as name itself. Click on OK. Select one more column. Give it as phone number. Click OK. And then we need the email address. I'll hit OK. So we are done. So first the data table is created and then we'll write this data to an Excel file. After that, we need to create rows for the data table. For that, I will search for row. Under activities, I'll search for row and I'll select add row. I'll select add data row. I'll place it right below where we have created all the variables. Now I want to add a row for the name, phone number and email address. So under input, I'll select array row. I'll expand this and within curly braces, I'll give my variable names. So those would be name, give a comma and then phone underscore number, comma, email underscore ID. Click OK. I made a mistake. It should be within curly braces. OK. Now to tell the table to which it should write the rows to, we need to assign under the data table name. So under data table, I'll give fetch underscore data underscore table. For every iteration, a record will be added to the table. Then we need to refresh the page to extract the next set of information. So for that, I will add another activity called click and drop it right below the add data row. So under activities, I'll search for click and I'll select mouse click and I'll drop it right below this one. Now we need to indicate where do we want to click from the browser. So click on this, go on top and select generate. So we want to click on generate. Next, I will write the data to a CSV file. So I'll search for write CSV under activities. And I'll drop it towards the end of the sequence right here. Now you need to give the location where you want to place this file on your system and give the source from where it will take the information. So let's give the location where you want to place this file. I'll place it on my desktop itself. I'll name this as fetch, save it, and for the source I'll give fetch underscore data underscore table. We are all set. Now let's run it. So under debug file, I'll select run file. I'll enter the number of records. So let me fetch 10 records. Click on OK. Now this might take some time. I believe it has run successfully now. Let me check for my CSV file. That should ideally be on my desktop. There you go. So we have the CSV file. Let me open it. You can see it has extracted 10 rows of data and 3 columns, namely name of the person, the phone number, and the email address. So we are done with the first task of automatically generating data from a website. The next task is to send this file over email. Now to send an email, you need the SMTP activity. So under activities, I'll search for SMTP. I'll drag it right below here. Now we need to configure this. I'll be actually sending this email from someone else's email ID to my email ID. So under to, I'll give my email address, which is within quotes, I'll type abhijit.biswal@simplilearn.net. I'll give a subject as automatic data extraction. Under body, I'll give something like hi, please find attached. Now we have to attach the file. We have to give the location of the file here. So let me go to properties and I'll select this, cancel. paste this here, followed by the file name, which is fetch.csv. I'll click on OK. After that, I have to give the host port number, which is 465, and the server name, which is smtp.gmail.com. Under logon, I'll give the sender's email ID, I have to give the password as well. Under the receiver, it's my email ID, which is avijit.biswal@simplilearn.net. For the sender, I'll give the email ID as chinmay.deshpande@simplilearn.net, and I'll give a dummy name, Chinmay. So we are almost done. Let me now go to debug file and run this. It is asking to enter the number of records. I'll give 5. Click on OK. This will take some time, so let's just wait. So we have successfully run our program. Now let me check my inbox if I have got any mail from Chinmay. So there you go. I have got this email, and below you can see the fetch.csv file attached, and it has 5 rows.
What is UiPath Orchestrator? UiPath Orchestrator is a web application that allows you to orchestrate the execution of repetitive business process by UiPath robots. Orchestrator manages the creation, monitoring, scheduling, and controlling of automated bots and process. It serves as a point of integration for third-party solutions and applications. It's a centralized forum for managing and controlling all software bots. It can manage the entire robot fleet. Let's look at the orchestrator capabilities. Provisioning. Provisioning establishes and maintains the connection between the robots and the web application. Deployment. Deployment ensures that the correct package versions are delivered to the assigned robots for execution. Configuration. Configuration looks after the maintenance and delivery of the robot environments and process configuration. Queues. Queues ensures that the workload is distributed automatically across robots. Monitoring. Monitoring manages user permissions and keeps track of robot recognition details. Logging. Logging logs are stored and indexed in a SQL database. Interconnectivity. Interconnectivity functions as a centralized contact point for third-party solutions or applications. Let's look at the orchestrator use cases. The strength of UiPath Orchestrator comes from its ability to control the entire robot fleet. Let's look at the different use cases. The first is attended. This type of robot is activated by user events and operates at the same workstation as a human. Orchestrator is used with attended robots to provide a centralized process deployment and logging medium. Unattended. In virtual environments, robots can run unattended and automate a variety of processes. The orchestrator is in charge of remote execution, control, scheduling, and support for work queues in addition to the attended robot capabilities. Studio or Studio X. They have unattended robot capabilities, but it should only be used to connect your Studio or Studio X to the orchestrator for creation purposes. Non-production. Robots are similar to unattended robots, but they can only be used for research and development. Attended, unattended, non-production, Studio and Studio X robots can all be operated from a single location. Let's look at the orchestrator user interface. Dashboard enables us to see charts and statistics illustrating usage information for all the orchestrator components like process, assets, queues, schedules, robots, jobs, and transactions. Let's look at the tenant context. To view and control the tenant level entities in your orchestrator, pick tenant from the sidebar menu. With only one instance of the orchestrator, multi-tenancy allows you to isolate data. These features help you to automate various departments within your organization, while also ensuring that orchestrator data is approved according to your preferences. Please bear in mind that all of the information is contained in the same database. Let's look at the components one by one. Robots. A robot is an execution host that runs UiPath Studio process. You can add robots, edit them, display their status and license state, adjust the environment they are assigned to, and change their runtime settings on the Robots tab. You can also see the logs that a single robot has created. Process can be downloaded and executed automatically by robots using custom settings. While building or editing a robot, you can configure automatic process downloading, logging level, font smoothing, and resolution in the Settings tab. Folders. Folders give you a fine-grained control over automation and their associated organizations, as well as staff through the entire organization. In the orchestrator, there are two types of folders, Classic and Modern. Classic folders functionality is allowed by default, while Modern folders functionality must be enabled by the host or the tenant administrator. Users. A user is an individual with access-dependent capabilities whose view and control of the orchestrator are determined by the access rights granted. Users can be developed and managed either locally in the orchestrator or an external directory. Roles. In Orchestrator, the Roles tab help you to handle user permissions. The orchestrator view that a consumer has is defined by the role they have been assigned. A function allows you to control view, edit, create, and delete permissions on all orchestrator pages and modules. Machines. A machine page allows you to provision and control machines in preparation for registering robots with the orchestrator. It lists all of the machines that are currently in operation as well as their forms. It allows you to create your computer whether it's standard or a template. Packages. All projects published from UiPath Studio and those manually imported are displayed on the Packages tab. You can display all available versions of any package on the Packages tab, as well as the status, claims, and release notes if they are available. ML Skills. ML Skills retrieves and requests machine learning skills from the AI Fabric service. It authenticates the robot that is running the machine learning skills. Audit. The audit page shows the audit trail for all acts taken by orchestrator entities. Several criteria, including component, user, action, and time, can be used to filter the data on the audit page. Credential stores. A credential store is named location inside a safe store, such as CyberArk, where you can get robot credentials and credential assets when you need them. At the tenant stage, Orchestrator encourages the users of several credential stores. Webhooks. Webhooks make it easier to integrate your UiPath automation with the rest of your app ecosystem. You can subscribe to the orchestrator events and have them sent to the external DCM, BPM, or CRM solutions to notify various users about the new queue items that can be processed, cause failures, or process updates. License. Robot licensing is available both at the host and the tenant level in the orchestrator on the license list. This enables you to shorten your deployment time and handle activation from a single location. Within a single click, you can trigger, renew, delete, and delegate licenses. Alerts. Notifications for robots, queue objects, triggers, tasks, procedures, and activities are shown on the Alerts tab. You will receive updates from all of your folders on this tab, and you will not be able to choose more granular options. Alerts are sent in real time and can be categorized as info, success, warn, error, or fatal. Settings. You can adjust various settings on the Setting tab, including the time zone, email warning information, account information, package feeds, and interactive authentication. Now let us look with respect to the folder context. From the sidebar menu, pick any available folder to view and control the entities within that folder. Automations contains the following tabs: Process, Jobs, Triggers, and Logs. The process page allows you to build new process from uploaded packages, manage existing process, and keep all of your process up to date with the latest package versions. This allows you to spread packages through the entire organization users and robots and execute process more quickly from the jobs task. Jobs. On an UiPath robot, a job represents the execution of a procedure. The execution of a job can be started in either attended or unattended mode. On attended robots, you can't run a job from the orchestrator, and they can't run under a locked computer. Triggers. Triggers allow you to run jobs in a predefined sequence, at predetermined intervals, and if new projects are added to your queues. Logs. The logs page shows you all of the robot logs in all of the folders you have access to. To access the Logs tab, you must have view permission on the logs. Logs are kept in the local database if the orchestrator is inaccessible. Monitoring. Monitoring contains the following tabs: Machines, Process, Queues, and SLA. Machines displays information about all the existing runtimes on an aggregate basis and allows you to check the overall health of each runtime. Process. The process page allows you to build new process from the uploaded packages, managing existing process and keep all of your process up to date. Queues. A queue is a storage container that can accommodate an infinite number of objects. Multiple types of data, such as invoice information or customer information, may be stored in queue objects. Other systems such as SAP or Salesforce can be used to process this data. By default, the data stored in and output from the queue items is in free form. SLA displays SLA and risk SLA information for all queues in the current folder with SLA predictions allowed. This allows you to determine if the newly added queue items will be processed on time, and if so, what resources you will need to devote to ensure that their SLA is not violated. When the SLA is in danger of not being reached, you will be adequately informed so that you can make the required changes. Queues. Queues contains the following tabs: Queues and Review Request. In the Queues pages, click on the Review Request tab to show revision request. The page shows items in different queues that have been allocated for revision. Assets. Assets are usually shared variables or credentials that can be used through several automation projects. They allow you to store unique information that the robots can easily access. Storage buckets. RPA developers may use storage buckets to provide a per-folder storage solution when building automation projects. The storage buckets page shows you your current bucket configuration and allows you to build as many new storage buckets as you need. Testing. Testing contains the following tabs: Test Sets, Test Cases, Test Execution, Test Schedules, and Test Data Queues. Test Set. A test set is a collection of any number of individual test cases, each intended to serve a specific function. The test sets page lists of you currently available test sets and allows you to build new tests, updating existing ones and run them. Test cases. The test cases page shows all of your test cases from all of your projects and app versions in one place. These are the test cases that are used in and to make up your test sets. Test executions. Your previously executed test sets and their information are shown on the Test Execution tab since test sets are often subject to change. Test executions act as an immutable record of any given test set's execution at a given point in time. Test schedules allow you to run tests at predetermined intervals and in a scheduled manner. Test data queues. Using test data queues, you can store and manage your test data. The test data queue serves as a container for queue items that are ready to be consumed via various activities. The test data queue items are uploaded or deleted based on the first in, first out concept. Action catalogs. Task catalogs are task containers that allow you to categorize your task using a variety of criteria. The catalog where a task is stored is defined when the task is created using Studio's build type task operation. In Orchestrator, the catalog must be specified first. If you mention a catalog that has not been generated in the Orchestrator, the task is created in Orchestrator without a catalog. Settings. Setting contains two tabs, Permissions and Machine. Permission. A user is an individual with access-dependent capabilities, whose view and control of the orchestrator are determined by the roles assigned to them. Users may be installed locally in the orchestrator or an external directory. Machines. You can use the Machines page to provision and manage system entities, which you can then use to bind UiPath robots to the orchestrator. It lists all of the machines that are currently in use, as well as their types. Machines are global tools, which means they can be accessed from any folder. Let's look at the demo. In this demo, we will see how to connect UiPath robot with the orchestrator, how to run workflow using the orchestrator. Let's go to the browser. In the browser, enter platform.uipath.com. This will take you to the uipath.com website. If you have already an account, sign in, enter the password, click on sign in. Meanwhile, open the UiPath Assistant. So this is the UiPath Assistant. So UiPath robot is a kind of representative which runs the workflow. So we create a workflow in the UiPath Studio, then we upload it on the cloud orchestrator, then we configure different robots to run this workflow. Now that we have logged in to the orchestrator, go to the admin. So you need to click here to add tenant. For the UiPath Community Free Edition, you can add only one tenant. So I have already created a tenant. So this option is disabled for me. So when you click on the add tenant for the first type, the tenant window will be displayed. Then fill the tenant name, password and confirm the password. And it will ask you for name, surname and email address, which is optional. So after filling the details, click on provision. The tenant and the tenant admin are created and displayed in the tenants page. So as you can see, the tenant is created. There is an option here, users and groups. You can go to the users and you can see the different users. So this is my user, this is me. And you can go to the groups and see the different groups allocated and their licenses. So now that we have created a tenant, I have named the tenant as admin. Let's open it. Meanwhile, you can open UiPath Assistant. Open UiPath Assistant. This is the UiPath robot. There are two different ways to connect a robot to the orchestrator. One is signing in the UiPath Assistant. It will get the token from the UiPath Orchestrator by user authentication and it will directly connect machine and the robot. And the other way is to manually connect. So we'll sign in. Enter the password. Now you can see here, robot is connected to the orchestrator. So when you sign in, the robot will get connected to the orchestrator. You can go here in the preferences, go to the orchestrator settings, and you can see here connected and licensed. So let's go to the orchestrator. In the orchestrator, go to the tenant context, and here you can see the robot is connected. It's enabled. If you go to the machines, you can see the machine is also connected. So you can see here there is an unattended robot here. So to get this unattended robot, what you have to do is go to the users, select the user which you are using. This is my username. Go to edit, and here you should enable this unattended robot. Enable this option and enter the username. To get the username, you can open the command prompt and enter who am I. So you will get the username, copy paste the username, enter the password and click on update, and the unattended robot will get created. So that is how you create the unattended robot. Now that we have connected robot to the orchestrator, let's open the UiPath Studio. We'll create a workflow and then we'll run it using the robot. So now we have opened the UiPath Studio. Let's open a blank process. After opening the UiPath Studio, click on Open Main Workflow. First, we'll drag and drop a sequence. Then we need an input dialog box. We'll drag and drop an input dialog box. Enter a title. Let's say we'll enter it as UiPath Orchestrator. Enter the input label. We'll enter it as enter your name. Let the input type be as text box. Let's create a variable. Say we'll name it as name. And let the variable type be string and the scope is in the sequence scope. Now we have created the variable. So the value entered should be the variable name. Now we'll drag and drop a message box. The message should be displayed. So you enter a caption for the message, say be it welcome, and enter the text. Let's say hi, and we need to concatenate it with the variable name. We'll say thanks for watching this video. So here we go, we have created a workflow. Now we need to publish this in the orchestrator. So you can see an option here called publish. Click on the publish button. So you can see the package name, the version, the new version, and all the other things. Click on the publish button. So the workflow is successfully published. So the name is blank process 3 and version is 1.0.16. So let's go to the orchestrator. In orchestrator, go to the my workflow folder context. In this, go to my packages. If you go here, you can see, refresh it. So here you can see blank process 3, the process what we did now. It was published 3 minutes ago. Let's go to the process, and the version what we published was 1.0.16. So the name was blank process 3. Let's start the job. You can change the job priority. We'll keep it as normal. The other things is default, the process name and the job type. Let execute this process one time. Click on start. As you can see, command sent for blank process 3. So here you can see it is getting run. Here you can see it is asking for UiPath Orchestrator. What we entered the title and enter your name. Let's enter some name, say Sam. We'll click OK. So, hi Sam, thanks for watching this video. Here you go, the message is being displayed. Like normally in UiPath Studio, we click on the run button and run the workflow, but here we have published it in the orchestrator, and through the orchestrator, through the robot, we are running it and the message is displayed. What is framework and its purpose? The framework is intended to serve as a blueprint for users to create processes that provide at a bare minimum a way to store, interpret, and easily change project configuration data, as well as robot exception handling scheme and event logging for all exceptions and related transaction information. The system logs messages at each relevant stage in the process of resolving a business transaction and sends those logs to the orchestrator server. This in turn can be linked to the ELK stack, which is Elasticsearch, Logstack, and Kibana platform, which allows for data storage and a variety of different ways to represent the data. The purpose of our framework is to resolve a set of business transactions. A transaction is a small amount of data and the steps needed to process it to complete a segment of business process. A process that reads a single email from a mailbox and extracts data from it is a good example. What is a business process? The sum of actions by which the data required for a series of transactions is collected, processed, and input into or out of an IT resource is referred to as a business process. We can classify business process into three groups based on the steps involved and how they are repeated. Linear. The steps of linear process are only done once, and if different data needs to be processed, the automation must be run again. Iterative. The steps of iterative process are repeated several times, but different data items are used every time. Transactional. Transactional systems like iterative process have steps that replicate several times over various data objects. What is RE Framework? The Robotic Enterprise Framework is a state machine-based project template. The template includes several ready-to-use state containers for launching applications, retrieving data, processing it, and closing the transaction. These states are linked together by a series of transactions that cover almost every requirement in a typical automation scenario. Several workflows have been triggered, each of which deals with a different aspect of project. It's designed to incorporate all of the industry's best practices for logging, exception management, application initialization, and other areas, showing it to handle even the most complex business situations. Let's look at the features of RE Framework. The three features are settings, logging, and business application exception. Settings. During the initialization phase of several processes, some configuration settings and configuration values are frequently read, like URLs to the web application, orchestrator queue names, and default logging messages. The RE framework maintains a track of this information by reading it from a configuration file and storing it in a different dictionary object shared by all states. Instead of updating workflows directly, this provides a simple way to manage projects by adjusting values in the configuration file. Logging. The built-in logging mechanism is another helpful feature of RE framework. The majority of system workflows use log message activities to output information about what is happening at each stage of execution. This can be used to not only identify problems and aid in the debugging process, but also to generate visualization and reports about the process execution, like how many invoices are handled every day, how many failures occur, and what are the critical causes of this failure. Business and application execution. There may be conditions that occur during the execution of most processes that are not part of the usual execution flow and must be resolved to achieve more efficient automation. If the issue can be resolved by restarting application, the framework will do so automatically and attempt to process the transaction again. Such exceptions are known as application exception. If the issue is with the data or an underlying business requirement, the system skips the transaction and moves to the next. Such exceptions are known as business exception. Let's look at the RE framework architecture. The RE framework is implemented as a state machine, which is a form of workflow with two advantageous characteristics: states and transitions. Actions to be taken in response to the stated input are described by states. Transitions that switch the execution from one state to another based on the results of the state. There are four key states in RE framework, that is, initial state, get transaction data, process transaction, and end process. Initial state, initialization, this is the point at which the procedure begins. It's an event where the process initializes the settings and runs application tests to ensure that all of the prerequisites for the process start are met. So initialization transitions. So there are two transitions, system exception and successful. When a system error is not nothing, it gets transitioned to the end process. If we have an application exception during the initialization phase, we don't have enough details to start the process. As a result, we are going to the end process state to wrap it up. Successful. When a system error is nothing, it gets transitioned to get transaction data. If during the initialization we have no error, then we go to the get transaction data. The next state is the get transaction state. This state retrieves the next transaction object. This can be a queue item or a collection item. Transaction items are queue items by default, but this can be modified to meet your needs. This is also the state where the developer can set the condition to exit the state when there are no items to process. Get transaction data transitions. There are two transitions, no data and new transaction. No data, if the transaction item is nothing, then we are at the end of our data collection, so we go to the end process. New transaction data. If the transaction item contains data, then we process it. Next state is the process transaction state. The process transaction state, for the transaction item obtained in the previous step, it performs actions and applies logic in various applications. If a transaction item has been processed, the process moves on to the next transaction item that is available. So there are three process transaction transitions: success, business exception, and system exception. In success, if the condition is business rule exception is nothing and system error is nothing, then the transition to get transaction data. If there is a business rule exception, it is logged and we move on to the next transition. Business exception. If the business rule exception is not nothing, then it gets transitioned to get transaction data. If we have a business rule exception, we log it and move to the next transaction by going to the get transaction data state. System exception. If we have an application exception, we close all programs, kill them if they fail to complete, take a screenshot at the moment the exception happened, and go to init, where we reinitialize our working environment and begin a new form of transaction that has failed. And finally, we have the end process state. The procedure is completed and the application opened during the automation are closed in the end process state. Since this is the last state, the final state, there are no transition available in the end process state. We'll explore each one of the states in detail in the demo. Let's see the demo now. In this demo, we will see how to dispatch data from the Excel file. Then we will create queue items and process these items. And then we will understand the working of each state in the Robotic Enterprise Framework in detail. So let's get started. First, we'll go to the orchestrator and create a queue. Enter cloud platform.ui. Sign up, then go to the orchestrator, the tenant which you have created. Select the folder context, go to the folder context, and you can see queues here. Go to the queues and you can see an option to add here. Click on add and enter a queue name. I'll enter it as REF. Enter any description if you want. Give unique reference yes and add. And you can see a queue is been added. So you can add an asset as well. To add an asset, you can go to add, click here add, and enter the asset name. And select the type, whatever is required, say boolean. Let by default be it as false. Then create. So this is how you create an asset. So let's go to the UiPath Studio. So what we are basically doing is we are building two processes. One to feed a queue in the orchestrator, that is a dispatcher process, and one to process transaction from the queue, that is using the Robotic Enterprise Framework. So in dispatcher process, what we do is we get entries from an Excel file and add them as a queue items in the orchestrator. We have already created a queue. We started project as a sequence and added a try catch. We started with the sequence, added a try catch activity in the try block. We used a read range activity to read first 10 lines from A1 to C11 from an Excel file and store them in a newly created data table variable. We used for each row to loop through the rows of the data table variable and add each of them in a queue using the add queue item activity. Then we used a log message. We used log message activity to log the fact that the dispatching process was successful. That is how we created the dispatcher process. Now we'll create a performer using Robotic Enterprise Framework. What it does is it gets items from the queue and processes them. So in the dispatcher process, let's go to the initialization state first. So we'll understand initialization state in detail. So the entire init block is kept inside the try catch. If you go to the documents here, and if you go to the data folder, you can see a config file here. So config file, this is the file we use in the init state. It has three sheets: settings, constants, and assets. You can give any values whatever you want. For maximum retry number, the value should be 0. When you're working with the orchestrator queues, the value should be 0. So this config file is stored in the data folder. And it has three sheets: settings, constants, and assets. This is the queue name, process ABC queue. So let's get back to the framework. So we are initializing system error. If the error is nothing, it will go to the next state. If first run read local configuration file. You can see by default there are many variables created. You should know them and utilize them whenever required. The config variable, the value type is dictionary type. Config is nothing. If you go here, you can see here config is nothing. Initially there is no value, so initially config is nothing. Then it will invoke init all settings workflow. Let's open this first run. So it will invoke init all settings workflow. To see this workflow, click on open workflow. It has three arguments. In config file, in config sheets, and out config. This is of type string, and out config is of type dictionary. And direction, this is both are input and this is out. Let's open the workflow and understand. So basically what this workflow does is, this workflow outputs a setting dictionary with a key value pairs to be used in the project. Settings are referred from the local config file and then fetched from the orchestrator assets. assets will override the config file settings. Init all settings workflow invoke to initialize all settings and data for application and process used. In this part, the setting constant and assets in the config file from the data folder are read in the initialize all settings. So let's go back. If the orchestrator queue name from the configuration file in the argument case is specified, then it provides a backward compatibility. Next we have invoke kill process. If we go to the arguments here, we can see the orchestrator queue name. You can assign a queue name here if you have created a queue. So invoke kill process. Next we have invoke kill process. It is a logging activity called killing process. Depending on the project, you can add activity. It is a logging activity called killing process. Depending on the project, you can add activities. Add log fields. In add log fields, if you want to add any details in the log file, then you can do it using all log fields. Init all applications. Workflow. In this workflow, invoke to open apps and check the status, credentials, and so on. And that there are two transitions in this. When it is successful, it gets transition to get transaction data. When there is a system exception, it goes to the end process. So in short, what initialization state does is, at the end of this workflow, that is the initialization state, it reads the config file and stores the key and value inside the dictionary. That is the out config. Out config dictionary variable has all config Excel file data. Let's see the get transaction data. When you are in the orchestrator and you want to immediately stop a job for some reason, when a job is stopped, this activity gets activated. There is a variable created should stop. If it's a boolean variable, by default it's false. When it gets activated, the value becomes yes. Then it will go to the log stop message as stop process requested. And it will end the process when the transaction item is nothing. Else it will go to the try get transaction data. Here it has 7 arguments. And let's see the workflow. Invoke get transaction data workflow. Click on open workflow. It gets the data from the spreadsheets, databases, email, web API or UiPath server queues. If no new data items, then set out the transaction item to nothing. If a new transaction item is retrieved, then it gets the additional information about it. It gives the condition where out transaction item is not nothing, then it will add the transaction information to the log fields. It is about the get transaction data workflow. In process transaction state, the process is a sequence with a try catch activity set to catch both system exceptions and business exceptions. Inside the try block, the process transaction workflow invoke that has simple process like to attach the UI demo application and 3 type into activities to fill in and click accept button. And if you look at the transitions, it has 3 transitions: system exception, whose destination is the initialization state; business exception, goes back to the get transaction data; and success, it goes to the get transaction data. Finally, the end process state where the applications is closed.
What is Excel automation? Excel automation is a task automation involving Excel files. Studio X enables the creation of automation project involving various types of data from an Excel file using various specialized activities. To create an Excel automation, we must use Excel file resource when creating a new project that includes Excel. An Excel file must be specified within it so that all of the subsequent actions can access the data contained within that file. Why use an Excel automation? UiPath allows you to automate Excel in various ways, such as Excel application scope activities and workbook activities. Excel automation simplifies your application by performing tasks such as formatting cells, updating values, and running macros automatically. Excel tasks in automated process can also be integrated with several other functions across the enterprise using an RPA solution. The benefit of Excel automation in general is that it can save people many hours spent manually completing tasks. Advantages of Excel automation. Productivity. Excel automation provides higher production rates and increased productivity. Efficiency. Some of the functions of Excel can easily create automated tasks and custom logic with functions like macros. Macros are an excellent way to save time on predictable, repetitive tasks. Hence, Excel automation is efficient. Better product quality. Excel automation improves quality in several ways, including eliminating human error, increasing consistency and accuracy, the ability to create more complex projects, and the detection of mistakes along the way. Improved safety. Excel allows you to protect your work, whether it's to prevent someone from opening a workbook without a password, to grant read-only access to a workbook, or to simply preserve a worksheet so you don't delete any data. Reduced labor. Excel automation will perform all the repetitive tasks more accurately and productively than humans, thus reduces labor. Reduced lead time. A lead time is the amount of time that elapses between the start and finish of a process. Excel automation reduces the lead time. Let's look how to install an Excel package. Let's jump into the UiPath Studio. To install an Excel package, go to the Manage Packages. You can see the packages that are installed. Go to All Packages and search for UiPath Excel Activities. By default, an updated version will be installed. If the Excel package is not installed, you can install it from here. So in my device, this activity is already installed. This is the place from where you can install any activities or any packages. Let's see some of the commonly used Excel activities. These are some of the commonly used Excel activities: read range, select range, save workbook, autofill range, copy paste range, insert and delete columns. So inserting a column at the specified location in a sheet or a table or a range. And to delete a column, you can delete it from a specified range or the table. There are filters, filter table. So what filters does is, you can use the filter action to create a filter in a range table or a sheet based on the values in a single column. We also have VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP, which stands for vertical lookup, is an Excel feature that when enabled, searches and retrieves data from a specified column. We will explore all of these activities in the demo section in detail. Let's look at the demo. In this demo, we have an Excel sheet that has a record of COVID cases in 5 states of India in 2021. So we will create an Excel automation to represent the number of cases in charts. It's easy to understand looking at the charts rather than looking at the huge numbers. Then we will upload the file on the drive. So let's jump into the UiPath Studio and get started. This is the Excel file which I have created. It has all the number of cases in these 5 states in the year 2021, in the month of Jan, Feb, March and April. All this record I have taken it from a website called prsindia.org. So I have 2 sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2. So let's jump into the UiPath Studio. To start off with the demo, we need to have the 3 packages installed. One is the UiPath Excel Activities package. The other one is UiPath gsuite.activities. This package is used for drive, to upload on the drive. Then the other package is Balareva Excel Activities. This package is used for bar graph and pie chart. So after installing these 3 packages, we'll get started. So let's create a new sequence. Name it as sequence 2. So first we'll drag and drop an Excel application scope. So Excel application scope, what it does is it opens an Excel workbook and sets the scope for Excel activities. When this activity is completed, the specified workbook and the Excel application are closed. When the workbook application variable is specified in the output workbook activities field, the spreadsheet is not closed. After this, drag and drop a create table activity. So by default we have sheet 1 and enter the range. So the range is in this Excel sheet, the range is from A1 to F5. So enter the range. For this we need to enter the file path. So we'll select the file. So we have selected the file, we have entered the table name, say number of cases, so once this much is done, next we'll drag and drop a bar chart. Drop it outside the Excel application scope and select the file path. So select the file. So select the file, select this cell range, that is the same range what we had entered earlier, A1 to F5. So once that is done, give the chart title, say cases, and you can select the chart type, bar stack, 3D clustered, 3D stacked, whatever is required. For now we'll select bar cluster. We have many other options to explore. Data label type, we'll keep it in show value so that it shows the value, and select show value. If you want show percentage, you can select percentage. We'll select show legend, and size. You can vary the size accordingly, how much ever you want. So I'll keep the size as 350 to 350. You can change the width. So the bar chart is done, and you can enter the sheet. Which sheet are you using? So it's sheet 1. Now we'll drag and drop pie chart. Select the file. Similarly, enter the options here. Enter the cell range, the same range. A1 is to F5. Show percent, we will show value. Show legend. Select show value. And select the sheet which you want. We'll select the sheet 2. So done. So we have completed till here. Next we need to upload this on the Google Drive. So we'll select this option, upload file. select the file. So we have selected the file. So select the destination folder. For that, go to your Google Drive account. So we'll go there. So in my drive, I have created a folder called Excel Automation. So I'll copy this URL till here, not the entire. Copy this and go to your UiPath Studio and paste it in the destination folder with the double quotes. Then create a variable and create a variable as file. Oops, there is an error. We have forgotten to use a G Suite application. This can be only used inside a G Suite application. So drag and drop a G Suite application, and inside G Suite application we'll write this. So the error is gone. So we'll run the file now. We'll save it and we'll run. You can see the file is getting run. So the execution is ended. We will navigate to the drive. So here you can see the file is successfully uploaded. We'll open the file. It's working on the graph. Here you go. Here you can see the bar graph for the sheet 1 with the values, number of values, and each state wise. And for sheet 2, we created a pie chart. So here you go. Here you can see the pie chart. What is web automation? The concept of allowing software robots to do predefined actions, activities, and procedures on a web browser or an online application is known as web automation. Web automation can help with the operations like form filling, screen scraping, data extraction, and transfer across apps, websites, and testing and periodic report preparation. Features of web automation in UiPath. UiPath is compatible with all webs. It is compatible with HTML, Ajax, Java, Silverlight, and PDF. Automated data entry. Data entry from an Excel spreadsheet to website can be automated in UiPath. It provides simple web testing. Without any programming knowledge, UiPath helps in designing a valid test. No coding is required. We can create automation with a simple to use graphical workflow designer. Playback precision. UiPath provides 100% playback precision. Web automation can be done regardless of the browser version, screen position, or size. How does web automation work in UiPath? A built-in recorder in UiPath Web Automation can read and implement web-based activities. It uses attributes to identify web items and manipulates them accurately while keeping up with page changes. It can be used with any website, no matter how sophisticated, and can be installed remotely through the network. The graphical workflow editor is simple to use and does not require any coding knowledge. It's something that any user with no programming experience can do. You save time and money by automating web-based workflows with UiPath. Let's look at the demo. So in this demo, we will scrape data from the Simplilearn's website. We'll go to Simplilearn's website. So consider a scenario where a customer wants to know details about a particular course. Suppose if I want to know all the UiPath related resources that are present on the website. So I'll search as UiPath and I'll select all free resources that are available on the website. So here you can see there are 27 results, 27 free resources available on the Simplilearn's website. So I'll scrape all of this data. So using data scraping option in UiPath, I'll scrape the resource name along with the type, whether it's an article or video tutorial, and along with that I'll scrape the URL. So I'll scrape all these three things and copy it in the Excel sheet, and the Excel sheet over an mail I'll send it to the customer. So let's get started. So let's jump into UiPath Studio and get started with the demo. So let's create a new flowchart. We'll name the flowchart as Web Automation, since we are showing this demo under Web Automation. So a new flowchart is created. So in this flowchart we will drag and drop a sequence activity. Right click, and select as set as start node. So open the sequence and drag and drop an open browser activity. In the open browser activity, select the browser type. Select the whichever browser you want. I'll select Chrome. And one more thing you need to do is go to Home, go to Tools, and install the UiPath extensions. Click on Chrome, and if you want to continue installing UiPath extension for Chrome, please close all your Chrome process. Then click on OK. So then click on OK, and your UiPath extension for Chrome will get installed. So since I have already installed, I'll click on Cancel. After installing, when you open Chrome, so your screen will look like this. So where you have to enable the extension, click on Enable Extension, and the Chrome extension will be installed in your device. Okay, so let's come back to UiPath Studio. So select the open browser, select the browser where you want to get it installed. So let's create a variable here. Let's create a variable as website URL. Let's go to variable and enter the URL. So let's go to the Simplilearn's website and copy the URL. Once the URL is copied, so this open browser activity is a container that enables you to open a browser at a specified URL and execute multiple activities within it. So we have selected the open browser. So inside the open browser activity, we will drag and drop maximize window activity. Maximize window, it maximizes the indicated window. So after this, next we need to drag and drop type into activity. So we'll drag and drop type into activity, bring it outside, the open browser, indicate on the screen. The first thing is we need to select the search bar. So we'll select the search bar, and what we are entering here is UiPath, since we are searching for UiPath course. So enter UiPath, and after entering UiPath, we need to click on enter. So we need to enter to search the UiPath related resources. So click on this plus button and select the enter option. Select enter. So separate this, concatenate it. Okay, so this is done. So once in the browser, after entering UiPath, the next thing we need to do is click on this free resources. Click on this all option, check this box. So for that, what we have to do is search for click option, click activity, and select this click activity. Indicate on screen and select this click. So this is done. Next thing what we need to do is, when we click here on all, we find 27 results. So when we do it automatically, when the bot does this, when the robot does this thing, it does not go down and refresh all the results. What it does is, when it opens this page, without loading the below results, how much our results are available, some 10 results, it will copy only those 10 results. It will not refresh and copy the results which are below. So for that, what we have to do is, we will go to UiPath Studio, we will select, drag and drop one more type into activity, and will indicate on screen. We'll scroll down till the bottom and we'll simply select this blank screen, just because, so that every time the robot comes into this page, it goes till the bottom and copies all the results. That is why we select simply a blank screen here, and it is showing an error. We have to enter something here, so we'll select a command, say, since we are scrolling it down, we'll select down, and this much is done. So go back to the flowchart which we had created automation, and we'll drag and drop a new sequence. So till here it's done, where we are opening the Simplilearn's website and searching for UiPath. Next, what we'll do is, we will scrape the data. So we'll rename it as data scraping. We'll open this sequence. So data scraping is something where we extract structured data from a browser, application, or a document to a data table. So we'll click on data scraping. So we'll open the browser. So we have opened the browser. Now we'll select the data which we want to extract. So click on next, scroll up, so first we'll select the resource name. So we'll select top UiPath interview questions. To create a pattern, we need to indicate a similar field, preferably the last in the collection or the second one. So what we'll do is, we'll select the second one, and we can create a column, and we'll name the column as resources. If you want, you can take the URL. We'll take the URL. Before that, we'll take the type. So these are the resources, the 27 resources. If the maximum number of results it will go to is 100, if we enter 100 here. If you want more than 100, you can remove this 100 and keep it as 0. So it will select all, 0 for all. So after this, we'll extract correlated data. This time we will extract the type, whether it's an article or it's the video tutorial. Click on article and indicate the similar field. For the next one, we'll select video tutorial. So this column, we'll name it as type. And we'll extract the URL of each resource. And we will name the column as, say, links. Okay, next. And we are done. So enter on finish. Is data spanning multiple pages? In our case, there is no multiple pages. There is only one page. In case if there are multiple pages, you can click on S here, press S to indicate it, scroll down and select the next pages. But since in this page there is only one page, so we'll click on no. Okay, this much is done. We have scraped data. So after the data scraping is done, we want to copy this scraped data into an Excel sheet. So to copy it in the Excel sheet, we need Excel application scope. So we'll search for Excel application scope activity. So Excel application scope activity opens an Excel workbook providing a scope for Excel activities. When this activity ends, the workbook and the Excel applications are closed. If the specified file does not exist, a new Excel file is created. So for this Excel application scope, so we'll go to desktop, go to new and create a new Microsoft Excel worksheet. We'll name it as UiPath details. So we have created a file. We'll go back to the UiPath Studio. Now we'll select the file which we had created. We'll go to desktop and select the file UiPath details and we'll click on open. Next we will drag and drop right range activity. We'll search for right range activity, bring it inside the do. And by default it is sheet 1 and A1. So right range activity writes the data from a data table in a spreadsheet starting from the cell. If the starting cell isn't specified, the writing begins at A1 cell. So once that is done, now we need to enter the variable, that is extract data table variable, which we extracted here. That is this variable, extract data table. We need to enter this variable. Go here and search for extract data table variable. So this much is done. We have scraped data from the Simplilearn's website. Then using the Excel application scope, we have written the data in the Excel sheet. So let's run till here and see whether it's scraping the data and writing in the Excel sheet. So we'll save it and click on run. So let's see. We'll close this. Here you can see it's opening the Simplilearn's website, entering UiPath. Oops, we have made an error. Okay, let's go and let's stop here. So we had made an error here. The bracket was missing. That is why. Now we have corrected it. Let's save and run. For that, close this. It's opening the Simplilearn's website. It will enter UiPath, select all the free resources, then it will copy this in the Excel sheet. You can see it's copying. So let's open the Excel worksheet which we created and let's check if it has copied. So you can see in the Excel file which we had created, the data has been scraped and copied here. In the first column it is the course name or the resource name which we had copied. In the second column it is the type, whether it is an article or video tutorial. In the third column it is the URL. There are no headers here, right? We can give the headers. So we'll go to the UiPath Studio, and if you click on Excel application scope or right range, here you can see add headers. So click here and the headers will be added in the Excel sheet. So this much is done. Now next step is we need to send this Excel file over an mail. So to send this Excel file over an mail, let's go to activities. Let's drag and drop a new sequence. We'll use a separate sequence to send the activities over a mail. Oh, sorry, not here. We'll use a separate. We'll connect this. We'll name this activity as mail since we are sending it over a mail. Open this sequence. The first activity we need here is get password activity. So search for get password. Drag and drop it. Get password activity encrypts a password by associating it with the current user. Only workflows running under the current user context can decrypt the password. So go to the password and enter your email ID password. And in the result, create a new variable and store the password in a variable so that your password is encrypted. And name the variable as password, short form something password. And next activity we need is send SMTP mail message. So double click on send SMTP mail message. So this activity basically sends an email message by using the SMTP protocol. So go to the port and enter the port, which is 587, and go to the server and enter the server smtp.gmail.com and enter the email ID to which you want to send the mail. Enter the password variable which we had created, enter that, and enter the email ID here as well. So enter the subject of the mail, what you want the subject to be. So I'll name it as course details and enter the body. So I'll enter a simple hello. Here are the details. Okay. So there is a prerequisite for this. You have to receive or to send an email, you have to go to your Google account, that is the email account, security option, and there you have to turn on secured access. Go to the option called secured access and turn it on. Okay, next we need to attach the file which we want to send it over a mail. Attach the file in which we had scraped the data from the Simplilearn's website. So let's go to Web Automation, the previous sequence, and copy the file path from the Excel application scope. So we'll copy this file path and go back. In the attached file, we will paste this path. Remove one double quote. Okay, click on OK. Next we'll drag and drop a message box just for like our reference to show a message so that the process is completed. So we'll enter a simple message in the message box like the course details have been mailed successfully. So let me correct the spelling. Details. Okay. So now there are no errors. So now the project is complete. So what I have done is I have taken a flowchart. In the flowchart I have taken a first sequence. In this sequence I am opening the browser, the Simplilearn's browser. I am maximizing it. Then I am using the type into activity. I am recording the search bar. In the search bar I am entering the UiPath and clicking on enter. So after clicking on enter, I'll select the all option where I'll select all the resources in the first sequence. Then in the second sequence I am scraping the data. In scraping data option, I'll scrape the data, I'll scrape the course name, the type and the URL. Then in the Excel application scope, I'll copy all the scraped data in an Excel file. So I'll use an Excel application scope. I have created a file. So in that file I'll write the scraped data in the second sequence. Then finally in the third sequence I am using the get password activity and send SMTP mail message, and I'm sending it over an email. I'm sending the Excel file as an attachment with an email to the customer. This message box simply indicates that the mail has been successfully sent. Okay, now let me save and click on run. So I'll close the previous browser. Let me save and click on run. Web automation execution is started. It is going to the browser. Went to Simplilearn website. Search for UiPath. Click on all resources. And it's copying the resources in an Excel sheet. After copying the resource in an Excel sheet, it is sending over an email. So it has sent over an email and the message has been displayed that the course details have been successfully mailed. Let me go to my email inbox and check whether I have received it. So let me click on course details have been mailed successfully. Let me refresh. And here you can see I have received the mail. Let me open this file. So here you can see I have received the file, which consists of resources, the type and the link. I hope you have understood this simple example on web automation.
UiPath assists business in successfully automating their business process. If you are planning to attend an interview for an RPA or UiPath developer role, here is a comprehensive list of most frequently asked UiPath interview questions with answers. What is UiPath? This question looks simple, but people most of the time end up giving wrong definition. UiPath is a robotic process automation tool for large-scale end-to-end automation. For an accelerated business change, it provides solution for business to automate routine office activities. It uses a variety of methods to transform tedious tasks into automated process. What are the different components in UiPath? UiPath consists of three components mainly. UiPath Studio. UiPath Studio is a user-friendly interface that allows users to visually plan and design various automation processes through diagrams using the drag and drop functionality. These diagrams are merely a structural reflection of specific tasks that must be completed. UiPath Robot. After you have built your process, the next move is to put into action in the UiPath Studio. UiPath robots are used to translate the strategies into tasks which are then executed. These robots are used to assign various tasks and carry them out in the same manner as humans but without human interference. When given an operation occurs on the computer, they program UiPath robots to begin executing tasks automatically. UiPath Orchestrator. The Orchestrator is a web-based application in UiPath. It has features for deploying, monitoring, scheduling, and controlling automated bots and processes. It's a centralized forum for managing and maintaining all software bots. What are the different workflows in UiPath? Sequences. A sequence is a small type of project that is best suited for linear process. It enables developers to transition from one activity to another easily. They can be reused numerous times. Flowchart. It can be used for large or small projects that help in development of complex business and connecting activities in a variety of ways. Flowcharts assist in the presentation of multiple branches of logical operators. State machine. A state machine is a machine that uses a certain number of states for automation during execution. It will only change states if an action is performed on it. Let's look at the next question. What is a UiPath robot? The robot is a UiPath's execution agent, allowing you to run process created in the studio. In order to execute process, robots must be connected to the orchestrator or licensed locally. What are the different components of UiPath robot? Service. The robot service is the primary controller for all operations. It communicates with Studio, the robot agent, and the robot command line interface by an inter-process communication channel to receive and process information. Executor. The robot executor is the component that is directly responsible for process execution. The robot service creates a robot executor instance every time a job is started. Command line interface. The robot command line interface is a console application that starts jobs and waits for their results. UiPath Assistant is a tool designed specifically to improve the user's interaction with our robots from the comfort of their desktop. It is where users can easily access, manage, and run automation with a few clicks. What is the difference between attended and unattended robot? Attended robots are supervised robots that humans operate. They work on the same workstation as a human user and is triggered by user events. Unattended robots. Unattended robots are those that do not require human supervision to perform tasks. They run in virtual environments without human control and can automate any number of processes. What are the features of UiPath? Drag and drop workflow. The UiPath user will develop visual process steps by dragging and dropping related tasks onto the graphical workspace. Then with the user interface properties, they can transform these process steps into a visual workflow. Users may also use the recorder wizard in the UiPath tool to build web-based or application workflow. Record and playback. The user can use this function to record actions and transform them into an automated process series. Inbuilt activities in UiPath. UiPath comes with over 300 built-in activities covering a wide range of process automation and application integrated design tasks. You can find these activities in Activities pane, which covers most design tasks such as data extraction, data entry, and automation. Advanced scraping options. Scraping data from web pages and applications is more accessible with UiPath screen scraping. Furthermore, the data scraping wizard helps in the scraping of data with a repetitive structure. Scraping solution works flawlessly with any program including .NET, Java, Flash, PDF, Legacy, and SAP. High security and robustness. You can create super smart durable robots with UiPath. Visual Canvas, everyone in the company can use these bots. UiPath offers high security auto login functionality to run the bots and operates with a locked screen, allowing automated process to run in complete privacy. What are the different recording options in UiPath? Basic recording. It focuses on automating single tasks and is commonly used to develop each activity's complete selector. Desktop recording. It can be used for a variety of actions as well as application development. Web recording. Web recording is a standard tool for viewing and recording web activities. Citrix recording. It is very widely used for recording stuff like pictures and virtualized environment automation. What is a manage package in UiPath? The package manager functionality allows to download activities, packages, libraries, frameworks, wrappers, and others and view and update the ones already installed for the project and add and remove it. It displays the list of available packages per feed and a list of dependencies for the current project. The Manage Package windows always opens with the project dependencies list. How to publish a project in UiPath? To publish a project in UiPath, first create a new project. Then in the Design Ribbon tab, click Publish. The Publish window will open. In the Package Properties tab, enter the name for package, then click Next. In the Publish Options tab, select the location where you want to publish your project, and finally, the information dialog box displays. So let's see a demo. How is it done? So let's jump in the UiPath Studio. So here we are in UiPath Studio. Let's open a workflow. I'll drag and drop a simple message box just to show. Enter a message, say, hey. So I have created a simple workflow just to show you how to publish a project in UiPath. So here you can see the publish option. Once you have created the project, go to the ribbon tab and click on the publish. When you click, the publish window opens. Here you can change the package name if you want. You can see the version, new version, package icon, and release notes. So let's click on next. Here you will get the custom URL where you want to publish to. Then click on publish. Here you go. You can see publishing package. So an info dialog box appears. Project published successfully. If you want, you can copy to the clipboard. So this is how the project is published in the UiPath. What is data scraping and screen scraping? Data scraping is the process of extracting structured data from a browser, application or document and saving it to a database or a .csv file or even an Excel spreadsheet. Screen scraping methods are activities that allow data to be extracted from a specific UI element or document such as a .pdf file. Explain the different types of automation in UiPath. Excel automation. Excel automation is a useful tool for sorting, deleting, retrieving, and analyzing data. It is simple to migrate and integrate data into platforms. Studio X has a strong integration with Microsoft Excel and ships with several activities that automate Excel tasks. Mail automation enables task automation with emails from the Outlook desktop application, Gmail, and Outlook 365. Add the activities that use data from the account inside the resource activity after adding the account to the automation as a resource using a Use Outlook 365, Use Gmail, or Use Desktop Outlook app activity. Word automation. In the Word automation, add the Word document to be worked on by using a Word file activity, and then add the Word activities to automate within the Use Word file. PowerPoint automation. PowerPoint automation allows the user to automate the most common task in PowerPoint presentation. Add the presentation to work with the Use PowerPoint Presentation activity, and then inside the Use PowerPoint Presentation, add the presentation activities to automate. File automation. It refers to the automation of tasks performed on your computer with files and folders, such as creating, copying, or renaming files and folders. Studio X includes several activities that automate tasks that you perform with files and folders. CSV automation. In CSV automation, add the CSV activities inside the Use Excel file activity, where the Excel file is defined to move data between CSV and Excel. Explain a few read and write activities. Read range. Read range reads the values of an Excel range and stores in a data table variable. Read cell reads the values of an Excel cell and stores in a variable. Read CSV reads all entries from a specified CSV file. Write range writes data from a data table variable to a spreadsheet. Write cell writes a value or formula into a specified spreadsheet cell. Write CSV overwrites a specified data table to a CSV file. What is an Excel application scope? Excel application scope opens an Excel workbook and sets the scope for Excel activities. When this activity is completed, the specified workbook and Excel application are closed. What is an orchestrator? UiPath Orchestrator is a web application that orchestrates the execution of repetitive process. It manages the creation, monitoring, scheduling, and controlling of bots and process. It can manage the entire robot fleet. Name some orchestrator capabilities. Provisioning. Provisioning establishes and maintains the connection between the robots and the web application. Deployment ensures that it delivers the correct package versions to the assigned robots for execution. Configuration looks after the maintenance and delivery of robot environments and process configuration. Queues. Queues ensures that it automatically distributes the workload across robots. Monitoring manages user permissions and keeps track of robot recognition details. Logging. Logs are stored and indexed in an SQL database. Explain process, job, asset, and queue. The process page allows you to build a new process from uploaded packages, managing existing process, and keep all of your process up to date with the latest package version. Jobs. On an UiPath robot, a job represents the execution of procedure. It can start the execution of job in either attended or unattended mode. Queues. A queue is a storage container that can accommodate an infinite number of objects. Multiple types of data, such as invoice, information, or customer data, are stored in queue objects. Other systems such as SAP or Salesforce are used to process this data. Assets. Assets are usually shared variables or credentials that can be used through several automation projects. They allow you to store unique information that the robots can easily access. How to connect a robot to the orchestrator? Step 1. Open UiPath Assistant. Step 2. Sign in the UiPath Orchestrator. Step 3. Create a tenant. Step 4. Connect the robot to the orchestrator. And step 5. Check the status. It shows connected and licensed. So let's see a demo of how to do this. So let's jump into the UiPath Studio. Step 1. Open UiPath Assistant. So we'll open UiPath Assistant. After opening UiPath Assistant, log into the UiPath Orchestrator. So go to the browser. Go to the browser and type platform.uipath.com. This will take to the UiPath website. So sign in. If you're new to this, if you don't have the account, then you can enter all the details and log in. Since I have already created an account, I'll sign in. After logging in the UiPath Orchestrator, go to the admin. Here you can create a new tenant. You can add a tenant here and create a new tenant. Since I have already created a tenant named admin. So after creating a tenant, connect the robot to the orchestrator. Go to the UiPath Assistant. Go to Preferences. Go to Preferences. Go to Orchestrator Settings. Here you can see the status. It is offline. Click on the Sign In button. Once you click on the Sign In button, allow this, open UiPath. Here you can see it is connecting, and you can see it is connected and licensed. So the UiPath robot is now connected with the orchestrator. What is a tenant context and folder context? In tenant context, to view and control tenant level entities in the orchestrator, pick tenant from the sidebar menu. With only one instance of the orchestrator, multi-tenancy allows isolating data. For the folder context, from the sidebar menu, pick any available folder to view and control the entities within the data folder. So I'll show you. Let's go to the orchestrator. So let's go to the orchestrator. Here you can see this is the tenant context. To view and control the tenant level entities in the orchestrator, you can pick the tenant from the sidebar menu. From the sidebar menu, pick any available folder. So these are the folders. Pick any available folder to view and control the entities within that folder. So this is with respect to the folder context. What is an RE framework? The Robotic Enterprise Framework is a state machine-based project template. It allows to handle even the most complex business situations. It's designed to incorporate all of the industry's best practices for logging, exception management, application initialization, and other areas. What are the features of RE Framework? Settings. During the initialization phase of several processes, some configuration settings and configuration values are frequently read, like URLs to a web application, orchestrator queue names, and default logging messages. Logging. The built-in logging mechanism is another helpful feature of the framework. The majority of the system's workflows use log message activities to output information about what is happening at each execution stage. Business exception. If the issue is with the data or any underlying business requirement, the system skips the transaction and moves on to the next. Such exceptions are known as business exceptions. Application exception. If the issue can be resolved by restarting applications, the framework will do so automatically and attempt to process the transaction again. Such exceptions are known as application exceptions. How to merge two Excel files into a single Excel file? First, we need to create a sequence. After creating a sequence, we need a few activities like read CSV activity, assign activity, data table activity, and write CS file activity. So we'll drag and drop all these activities and do the process. Then we'll run the sequence and see the output. So let's jump into the UiPath Studio and start with the workflow. So we are in the UiPath Studio. I have already created a sequence. You can go to New and create a sequence or press Ctrl N. So after starting a sequence, first we'll drag and drop read CSV activity. Since we are using two Excel files, so we need two read CSV activity. We'll drag and drop another read CSV activity. So we'll select the location of the first Excel file. Select the first Excel file. I'll show you both the Excel files which we are merging. So this is the first Excel file. So it has 5 rows, 5 names. So this is the first Excel file, and this is the second Excel files. This Excel file has 5 different names and the other Excel file has 5 different rows. So these are the two Excel files. We'll merge both these Excel files into a single new Excel file. So we'll close these Excel files. So in the first read CSV activity, we have copied the location of the first Excel file. In the output 2, we will select this and create a variable. Right click and create a variable, and let's say name the variable as sl_file1. So we have named the variable. Okay, now we'll go to another read CSV file and select the location of the second file. So I have downloaded this sample Excel files from the internet just for the demo. Right click and create a variable. Let's say name this variable as sl_file2. So now that we have dragged and dropped two read CSV activities, now next we need assign activity. So drag and drop and assign activity. So assign activity has two parameters, as you can see, to and enter a VB expression. In the to parameter, in this, right click and create a variable and name the variable. Let's say merged SL. Now after naming the variable, enter an expression here. So enter the expression as sl_file1, which is the variable for file1. Select this and enter the expression dot clone. What this clone function does is, the clone function creates a new data table with the same structure but does not copy the data. So we are creating a new Excel file, that is the third file, in which we are merging the data tables of both the Excel file. So the third Excel file which we are creating will have the same structure as the file 1. So this clone function creates a third Excel file with the same structure as the file 1. So it's showing an error. So select this assign. Let's go to variables. Here you can see variable type string. Change it to system.data.data-table. And here you go, the error is gone. Okay, so now we have dragged and dropped assign activity. The next activity which we need is merge data table activity. Let's search for merge data table activity. Drag and drop merge data table activity. We need two merge data table activities since we have two Excel files. Select the first merge data table activity, go to the destination and enter the destination, which is the variable which we created in the assign activity, the merged SM. So enter this and enter the source file, that is the variable which we created in file 1, that is sl_file1. Similarly, go to merge data table and enter the same destination, but here the source will be the second file. Okay, now that we have dragged and dropped two merge data tables, the next activity we need is write CSV file. So we'll search for write CSV file. After dragging and dropping write CSV activity, go to file path and create a file. Create a file, say we'll name it as file 3. Save the file. Now that we have created the file, we'll write from the data table, that is we need to copy the merge data table. So we'll enter. Now that we have finished the program, the file is created. Let's save and run it. Process execution has started and ended. So let's go to the file. So this is the file which we created. Let's open this file, and here you can see both the Excel files have been merged into a single Excel file. Let's go to the next question. How to send a file over a mail? So first create a sequence and create a file. After you have created a file, drag and drop get password activity. Then drag and drop a SMTP mail message activity. So basically these two activities are used to send a file over a mail. Then run the sequence. So we'll jump into the UiPath Studio and see. So this was the previous question which we answered, how to merge two Excel files. So the same file we will send it over a mail. So we need a get password activity. So we'll drag and drop a get password activity. So if you go to the properties section, enter the password. To whichever mail you are sending this file, enter the password of that mail ID. After entering the password in the result, go and create a variable. So that password is stored in that variable. So name the variable, say anything, any random. So I have named the variable. After After this, you need a SMTP mail message activity. So drag and drop send SMTP mail message. In SMTP mail message, under the properties pane, under the host, enter the port value or the port number, which is 587. After entering the port number, go to the server and enter it as smtp.gmail.com. Okay. Now after entering the email ID, go to your email and enter your email ID to which you want to send this file. Don't forget to use double quotes, otherwise it will show an error. Enter the password. So we had stored the password in a variable, say SSS. So we'll write that. So after that, enter the email ID here under the to option. And enter the subject, say it as demo. Since we are showing a demo, we'll enter the subject as demo. This subject and body is the subject and body of the mail. Now let's attach the file which we have created. Copy the file location. So we'll go to the file and copy this file location. After attaching the file, let's save and run. The process has started and the process has ended. Here you can see in the output, the process has started and the process has ended. Let's go over the mail and check if we have received. Here we go. We have received the file. Let's open the file. And here you go. This is the same file which had merged the data. So the file is being sent over the mail. One thing you have to keep in mind, when you use the get password activity, go to your Google account. In the security section, go to less secure app access and turn it on. You have to turn it on to receive the file over a mail. Explain the different states and transitions in RE Framework. There are 4 key states in RE Framework. The first state is initial state. This is the point at which the procedure begins. It's an event where the process initializes the settings and runs application tests to ensure that all of the prerequisites for the process start are met. Next, we have get transaction state. This state retrieves the next transaction object. This can be a queue item or a collection item. Transaction items are queue items by default, but this can be modified to meet your needs. This is also when the developer can set the condition to exit the state when there are no items to process. Process transaction state. For the transaction item obtained in previous step, it performs actions logic in various applications. If a transaction item has been processed, the process moves on to the next transaction item available. End process state. The procedure is completed and the applications opened during automations are closed in the end process state. Let's jump into the UiPath Studio and see the different transitions in Robotic Enterprise Framework. So this is the Robotic Enterprise Framework. This is the initialization state, the first state. So it has two transitions: system error, that is system exception, and successful. When it shows system exception, when a system error is not nothing, it gets transitioned to the end process. Suppose if you have an application exception during the initialization phase and we don't have enough details to start a process, then as a result we are going to end process state to wrap it up. And the successful is when a system error is nothing, it gets transitioned to get transaction state. And if during initialization we have no error, shows system exception, it goes to the get transaction data. It gets transitioned to the get transaction data. Suppose if you have an application exception during the initialization no data phase, and we don't have enough details to start a process. No data is when if the transaction item is nothing, then we are at the end of our data collection. So it goes to the end process. Is when and in new transaction error is nothing, if the transaction item contains data, then it processes it. And if during initialization we have no error, the process transaction data has retransitioned. Success, business exception, transaction data, system exception. Success is when if the condition is business rule exception is nothing, and system error is nothing, then the transaction to get transaction we are at the end of our data. If there is a business rule exception, to the log and we move on to the next transaction. If the transaction item and rule exception is if the business rule exception is not nothing, then it gets transaction. The process transaction data has retransitioned, and the end process does not have any transaction. Since the process is the final state, so the condition is business rule exception. What is a GSUIT activity? And system error is the UiPath activity packaging helps in the automation of Google Workspace applications such as Google Calendar, Google Drive, Google Sheets, Gmail. If the business Google Docs is not nothing, you can create and modify Google Calendar events, manage Google Drive files, read and send Gmail messages, and create new Google Sheets, spreadsheets, and Google documents within Google G Suite. What is a G Suite activity? And system error is the UiPath activity. What are selectors and wildcards in Google Workspace applications? Wildcards are the symbols that enable you to replace 0 or multiple characters in a string. This can be quite useful when dealing with dynamically changing and modify Google Calendar events, manage Google Drive files, read and send UiPath Studio uses what we call selectors. This stores the attributes of graphical user interface element and its parents in the shape of an XML fragment. The selector aids in the automatic generation of the selection by utilizing wildcards. What is a machine? Explain standard machine and machine template. The machine page allows you to provision and manages machines to use them to register robots with Orchestrator. It displays the types of machine that we currently in use. It enables you to design your machine whether standard or template. Standard machine. It should be used when the name of the machine on which you want to define robots is the same every time you connect to it. You define the machine once and then you can connect to as many robots as you want from the robots page. Machine template. It should be used whenever the name of the machine on which you want to define robot changes. You represent this entity once and then you use a unique active directory username to connect to any number of attended floating robots. Explain delay, do, if, and switch activities in UiPath. The delay activity allows you to pause the automation for a specified amount of time. This activity is beneficial in projects that require precise timing, such as waiting for a specific application to start or for some information to be processed before using it in the another activity. The do activity allows you to run a specific piece of automation while a condition is met. The project exits the loop when the specified condition is no longer completed. This activity can be used to iterate through all the array elements or execute a specific action multiple times. If activity. The if activity includes a statement as well as two conditions. If the statement is true, the first condition is executed. If the statement is false, the second condition is executed. If activities can be used to make decisions based on variable values. Switch activity. The switch activity allows you to choose one of the several options based on the value of specified expression. The switch activity uses an integer argument by default. but you can change it in the properties panel under the type argument list. The switch activity can be used to categorize data based on predefined number of cases. How to create chart in Excel? Step 1. Create a new sequence. Go to the UiPath Studio and create a new sequence and then drag and drop the following activities. To create a chart, we need to use Excel application scope, create table activity, and bar chart and pie chart activity depending on which type of charts you want to create. Then at last, after completing, then run the sequence. We will see a demo of this in the UiPath Studio. How to upload a file on Drive? So create a new sequence and drag and drop a G Suite application. Then inside G Suite application, drag and drop upload file activity, fill in the details, and finally run the suite. Let's go and see a demo to how to create charts in Excel file and how to upload a file on the Drive. So let's jump into the UiPath Studio. This is the Excel file which I have created. It has all the number of cases in these 5 states. In the year 2021, in the month of Jan, Feb, March and April. All this record I have taken it from a website called prsindia.org. So I have 2 sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2. So let's jump into the UiPath Studio. To start off with the demo, we need to have the 3 packages installed. One is the UiPath Excel Activities package. The other one is UiPath gsuite.activities. This package is used for Drive, to upload on the Drive. Then the other package is Balareva Excel Activities. This package is used for bar graph and pie chart. So after installing these 3 packages, we'll get started. So let's create a new sequence. Name it as sequence 2. So first we'll drag and drop an Excel application scope. So Excel application scope, what it does is it opens an Excel workbook and sets the scope for Excel activities. When this activity is completed, the specified workbook and the Excel application are closed. When the workbook application variable is specified in the output workbook activities field, the spreadsheet is not closed. After this, drag and drop a create table activity. So by default we have sheet 1 and enter the range. So the range is in this Excel sheet, the range is from A1 to F5. So enter the range. For this, we need to enter the file path. So we'll select the file. So we have selected the file. We have entered the table name, say number of cases. So once this much is done, next we'll drag and drop a bar chart. Drop it outside the Excel application scope and select the file path. So select the file. So select the file, select this cell range, that is the same range what we had entered earlier, A1 to F5. So once that is done, give the chart title, say cases, and you can select the chart type, bar stack, 3D clustered, 3D stacked, whatever is required. For now we'll select bar clustered. We have many other options to explore. Data label type, we'll keep it in show value so that it shows the value, and select show value. If you want show percentage, you can select percentage. We'll select show legend. And size. You can vary the size accordingly, how much ever you want. So I'll keep the size as 350 to 350. You can change the width. So the bar chart is done, and you can enter the sheet. Which sheet are you using? So it's sheet 1. Now we'll drag and drop pie chart. Select the file. Similarly, enter the options here. Enter the cell range, the same range. A1 is to F5. Show percent will show value. Show legend. Select show value. And select the sheet which you want. We'll select the sheet 2. So done. So we have completed till here. Next we need to upload this on the Google Drive. So we'll select this option, upload file. Select the file. So we have selected the file. So select the destination folder. For that, go to your Google Drive account. So we'll go there. So in my drive, I have created a folder called Excel Automation. So I'll copy this URL till here, not the entire. Copy this and go to your UiPath Studio and paste it in the destination folder with the double quotes. Then create a variable and create a variable as file. Oops, there is an error. Oh, we have forgotten to use a G Suite application. This can be only used inside a G Suite application. So drag and drop a G Suite application, and inside G Suite application we'll write this. So the error is gone. So we'll run the file now. We'll save it and we'll run. You can see the file is getting run. So the execution is ended. We will navigate to the drive. So here you can see the file is successfully uploaded. We'll open the file. It's working on the graph. Here you go. Here you can see the bar graph for the sheet 1 with the values, number of values, and each state wise. And for sheet 2, we created a pie chart. So here you go. Here you can see the pie chart. Robotic process automation is a software technology that anyone can use to automate digital tasks. Automation Anywhere is one of the top RPA platforms that allows business to automate the process. Prerequisite: Enterprise Control Room requires a server-level machine to be installed. The server can be a physical machine in your data center or a cloud platform instance. Cloud platforms like Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. The device should have a processor of 8-core Intel Xeon processor. It should have storage disk space of at least 500 GB and network of 1 gigabit Ethernet. It is recommended that you configure the enterprise control room network bandwidth to be greater than 1 gigabyte Ethernet, because uplink traffic can quickly exceed 1 gigabit Ethernet depending on the complexity of the automation run. Operating system. Automation Anywhere is compatible with the operating systems such as Windows 10, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, and Windows Server 2019. Automation Anywhere supports both 32-bit and 64-bit operating system versions. Finally, the system should have a RAM of 16 GB. Let's look at the features of the Community Edition. Students and developers can use the Automation 360 Cloud platform for free with the Community Edition. It is completely web-based. You can build a RPA bot in the cloud from any device thanks to a completely web-based experience that requires no download. Utilize the cloud to gain access to cutting-edge enterprise-class technology. The most recent enterprise-class technology. Community Edition will allow you to stay up to date with the latest version of our enterprise platform. AI drag and drop. With direct IQ-bot integration, you can automate your document-centric process. Drag and drop simplicity with instance on ease of use. Create bots at any skill level. Create bots using no code, low code, or bring your own code options. Begin by using free bots. Use pre-built bots for personal productivity, business continuity, and other purposes. Let's look at the installation of Community Edition. Let's go to the browser. Go to the Automation Anywhere official website, automationanywhere.com. After going to the website, scroll down. Here you can see Community Edition. Click on Community Edition. To download the Community Edition free, fill out the form, fill all the necessary details, and click on Get Free Community Edition. Once you fill in all the details and click on Get Free Community Edition, you will receive an email. So you will receive an email. The email consists of a control room URL, a username, and password. So open this control room URL. Once you click on the control room link, a username, password, a login page appears where you need to enter the username and password. So enter the username and password which you have received in the mail and log in. Unlike other editions, in Community Edition there will be no client option. You can develop the bots on the cloud. Let us build our first bot. Let us go to the control room. So we'll build our first bot. So the first step, under the robotic process automation, click on create a bot. So enter the name, say first bot. Enter the name and click on create and edit. So you can see the first bot is successfully created. Now search for the message box here. Double click on the message box to add it in the workflow. So enter the message here. Enter the message which you want to be displayed. So let us enter, say, hello, how are you? So we have entered this message. After entering the message, click on Save button. And after saving, click on Run. It's downloading the dependencies. Here you can see the message is being displayed. Hello, how are you? When you do it for the first time, when you click on the Run button, a pop-up will appear to connect to my computer. Then a file will get downloaded. The file is to install a bot agent. The bot will get connected to the control room. Then there will be an option to enable extension to the Chrome. After doing all that, finally the bot is ready to display the message. So here you can see the message is being displayed.
What is Automation Anywhere? Automation Anywhere is a well-known robotic process automation tool that enables business to automate end-to-end business operations. Automation Anywhere provides powerful and user-friendly RPA capabilities, such as cloud-native, web-based intelligent automation solution for automating any complex task. It is a web-based management system that employs a control room to execute automated tasks. It improves the efficiency of business process and reduces the need for human labor. Features of Automation Anywhere. Automation Anywhere offers an easy-to-use interface for building bots and designing business process automation workflows. It supports multiple operating systems such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. It consists of a recorder that works on a variety of platforms including Microsoft Windows, Citrix, Web, and SAP. It consists of different bot views for collaboration, Flow View for business users, List View for developers, and Dual View for collaboration. Automation Anywhere supports platforms like JavaScript, Python, and VBScript, as well as advanced variable capabilities. Another key feature is its versatile architecture that allows for the addition of new command packages. Let's look at the Automation Anywhere components. The first component is Automation Anywhere Robotic Interface, AARI. It is a user-friendly interface that allows business users to collaborate with bots. Users can initiate process automation, provide feedback to the bots in order for process to be resumed, and escalate requests to additional users for downstream processing. AARI, that is Automation Anywhere Robotic Interface, enables enterprises to unlock previously unavailable automation opportunities between humans and the bots. IQBot, an intelligent document processing solution capable of reading and processing a wide range of complex documents and emails. IQBot intelligently captures, classifies, and extracts semi-structured and unstructured data using RPA and multiple AI techniques, allowing document-centric business process to be automated end-to-end. Bot Insight, the analytics platform that delivers real-time, interactive, and intelligent insights into business process and operational intelligence. Bot Insight takes the large amount of content level and productivity data generated by deployed bots and converts it into insights via automatically generated and customizable dashboards. Discovery Bot, an intelligent business solution for enterprise business that enables end users to discover automation opportunities through process discovery. Discovery Bot focuses on process automation by capturing document process, identifying opportunities from business-centric process, and prioritizing opportunities based on ROI and create bots automatically. Discovery Bot collaborates with business workers to identify automation opportunities that can maximize the return on your RPA investment. Let's look at the architecture of Automation Anywhere. Automation Anywhere platform is built using a distributed architecture. The Enterprise Control Room, a web-based platform that manages the development and execution of digital workforce, provides centralized management. Bot creators and bot runners are linked to the Enterprise Control Room. Bot creators are software development platforms for authorizing and customizing automations. Bot runners are runtime systems deployed on the machine that carry out the automations. Bot runners can be installed on desktops, in data centers, or in the cloud. Let's explore the architecture in detail. Bot creators. A bot is a self-contained task that requires little to no human intervention to complete. The bot creator is a customized development client for Automation Anywhere that is used to create bots. Task editor, event watcher, bot player, auto login, and local scheduler are all included. The bot creator also includes the ability to create bots from a device utilizing the enterprise client application. The device is registered with the enterprise control room after the bot creator user signs in for the first time, and the user can deploy bots on that device. Bot runners. A bot runner has the ability to run bots from a device utilizing the enterprise client application. The device is registered with the enterprise control room after the bot runner users log in for the first time, and the user can deploy bots on that device. Bots are run by the bot runner, which is a software machine. Bot runners can run bots at scale after they have been developed with bot create. Control room. The enterprise control room serves as a single point of management for all bots. Enterprise control room is placed on a server in the data center and configured to work with the other data center components. A river proxy is in charge of listening for requests for remote connections and sending them to the appropriate specialized service. Using a collection of specialized web services, the enterprise control room manages, schedules, executes, and configures various bots and bot runner capabilities. Let's look at the types of bots in Automation Anywhere. Task bot. Task bots are used for automating repetitive tasks based on the rules. These tasks are simple to create and can reliably complete multi-step procedures. Document administration, claims management, HR departments, IT, and other areas benefit from task bots. They increase production, reduce errors, and save money. Metabot. Metabots are more advanced version of task bots. Metabots are automation building components that help with next generation integration scalability. These are intended for scalable, complex process. On a computer, metabots are used to automate applications. Application APIs, visual captures, and integration flow can all be used to develop metabots. IQ bot. IQ bots are the next generation of intelligent bots. With the ability to think like humans, these bots are designed to learn on their own and carry out tasks in accordance with that learning. Users can experience the potential of automation with IQ bots, which use advanced cognitive technology and advanced artificial technologies. These bots have capabilities such as self-learning, decision-making, and subject matter expertise, among others. Data can be extracted from semi-structured and unstructured data by these bots. IQ bots also learn to recognize patterns so that the bot knows exactly what to do the next time the pattern appears. IQ bots also learn to recognize patterns so that the bot knows exactly what to do the next time the pattern appears. With each human confirmation, it learns and improves its ability to carry out the act. Benefits of using Automation Anywhere. Time saving. An easy to use interface that allows users of varying skill levels to easily use the product and accelerate the learning process. With instant web-based deployment, you can get started with writing bots right away. Business adaptability. Automation Anywhere provides regular updates, ensuring that you are always up to date on any device anywhere. It provides continuity of operations with high availability and disaster recovery. Low cost of ownership. There is no need for additional infrastructure investment. It gives low cost maintenance. A unified platform for front office, back office, and employee applications is provided. Let's look at the demo. So let's see a demo. In this demo, we will create a bot which will automatically log in inside the Simplilearn login page. So I'll show you. Let's go to the browser. I'll go to the Simplilearn's page. So this is the Simplilearn's login page. So in this page, the bot will automatically enter the email address, password, and it will click on the login button, and it will take you inside the Simplilearn's page. So we'll create a bot. So I'll show you how the bot works. So I have created it. Let's see the output first, and then we'll get started with the project. So I'll click on the run button. It will download all the dependencies. Here you can see it's entering the email address. It's entering the password, and it will click on the login button. So this is the project, this is the output. So you have seen the output. So let's get started. We'll close this. Go to the mail which you received from the Automation Anywhere and click on the control room link, and you will open up here. After coming here, click on create a bot. So enter a name. Let's say we'll enter as login bot, since we are creating a project to log in. If you want, you can give the description, and next click on create and edit. There are three options here: flow, list, and dual. In the flow, it only shows the flow chart of what activities or actions you are dragging and dropping it. In the list, it shows in the form of the list all the actions, and in the dual, it shows the flow chart as well as the actions, what actions it is performing. So first we need the browser option. So we'll search for the browser action. So this is the browser action. So the browser package contains actions that enable you to download file, find broken lines, and launch a website. So this package basically supports Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, and Google Chrome browsers. So the browser package includes the actions like close, download file, get source code, find broken lines, go back, open, run JavaScript. Now for us to open the browser, to open the Simplilearn's website, we need the open option. So let's click on the open, double click on the open. So what open does is opens the browser to a specific web page. Whichever web page link we provide, it opens that browser. So what we want to open, do we want to open it in the existing tab or a new tab or a new window? So in existing tab, it opens the web page in the currently open tab. So this existing tab option is only available in the Google Chrome browser, and new tab opens the web page in a new tab. Like select the tab from the list of the active tabs in the Google Chrome browser or insert a new window variable. And in the new window, this opens the web page in a new window or of a specific browser. Whichever browser you choose, it opens the web page in a new window. So all these options are applicable in the Google Chrome browser. So we will select the new window option, and the browser, okay, you have these options: Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox, Chrome, and Microsoft Edge. So we will select Google Chrome, and we will select the link to open. So we should select the link. So we'll go to the Simplilearn's website page. So this is the page we are logging in. So that is why we need the link of this page. So copy the link of this page and paste the link here. And we need it in the new window. So save it and Let's run and see if this opens in the new window. Let's click on run. Okay, so till now we are going right. So we have entered the link and we have run the bot, and the bot is opening the web page in the new window. So we'll close this. So after this we need the recorder package. So search for the recorder package. So this is the recorder package. In this we have the capture action. So the capture action from the recorder package is used to capture an interaction with the user interface object, such as a text box, button, table, menu, radio button, combo box, checkbox, list view, link, tree, and package tab. The capture action enables you to add single interaction when building your bot. So let's double click on capture option. So let's select dual so that we can see what action it triggers. So after selecting the capture option, so select the browser option, browser window, then click on this refresh windows. So it will show a list of the list of pages that are open in the browser. So scroll down and we need learning on Simplilearn. So this is the web page in which we are logging in. So select the web page, go down, and let's click on capture object. Click on capture object. So first we need to fill in the email address. So you can see here it's showing a red color box. So click on email address. So it will capture this object of email address. Here you can see recording capture finalization. So the object is captured. Scroll down and here you can see action to take on object. What action should be taken on the object which we have selected? So we need to enter the text, that is the email address. So select set text and scroll down and enter what text you want to enter there. So I'll enter my email ID. Now scroll down. You can enter the time how much ever you want. It is recommended to enter 9 seconds or 10 seconds, but it's optional. So we'll skip it for now. You can see here it's of the type user login page. So we have captured the first object, that is email address. So we'll save it and we'll run and see if it's entering the email address. Here you can see it's open the web page in the new window and it has entered the email address. So let's go back to the control room. We'll close this. Your bot has run successfully. So now that we have entered the email address, we need to enter the password. So we will use another capture action. In this we'll select the same browser window, then we'll select the same learning on Simplilearn website and we'll click on capture object. But now this time we'll capture the object password. Select the password object and recording capture finalization. So now that the object is captured, we need to select the action. What action should be performed? So we will select set text. Now that we have selected text, since we are entering the password should be credential. And when the password is credential, you can't enter the password here. You need to pick the password. you need to pick the password from the locker room. So now that I have already created a credential and entered in the locker room, for me it's showing here. I'll show you how to create a credential and create a locker room. So we'll save it till here for now. We'll save here. Let's go to the credential section. Here if you go in the manage options, you can see credentials. So go in the credentials. This is the credentials which I have already created. Go to the create credential options, click on it. So enter the credential name. Say I'll enter it as username. Enter the description if you want any, and scroll down and enter the attribute name. What attribute are you entering? For first we will enter the email address. So select email address and select the input type as standard. Description is optional, and enter the value. What is the email address? So I'll enter my email address. Scroll down and click on the plus here to add. So there are two attributes in the login page, right? That is the email address and password. So one attribute we have entered the email address, and the other attribute is the password attribute. So select password and input type as standard, and since we are entering the password, it should be masked so that no one could see your password. The password should be encrypted. So enter your password here. After entering the password, so you have filled all the credential details. Click on create credential. So after clicking on create credential, your credential will be created. So that is how you create a credential. After creating the credential, so since I have already created the credential, I'll click on cancel. If you want to create the credential, enter all these details and click on the create credential. So I'll click on cancel. So this is, once you create the credential, you can see like this, a credential, whatever you have created, it will be shown here. So this is how you create a credential. Now after creating the credential, you need to go to the locker section, and here you can see create a locker. Click on create a locker. So enter the locker room, whatever you want. So let us enter username. After entering the locker room, go to the credential and select the credential, whatever you have created. Since I have already entered the credential in the locker, that is why this is disabled for me. So when you are entering the credential in the locker room for the first time, you can come inside the locker and select this option, check this option and click on this. So this will get deposited in the locker. This owners and managers section is disabled, the community edition. So we can't do any changes in that. This will also be disabled. This will also be disabled. Go to the consumers. So enable this. Click on the community edition user and deposit this in the locker. Click on this, then scroll down. So this is the last. Then when you go back, scroll up. So when you finish doing all this, create locker option will get enabled. So when this option get enabled, click on create locker and your locker will be created. That's how you create a locker. Since I have already created a locker, I did not so these options are not enabled for me. So this option is also not enabled. When you do all these steps, this option gets enabled. That is how you create a locker. I hope you have understood how to create a credential and how to create a locker. So let's go back to the bot which we had created. Let's go to the automation. So the bot which we had created was a login bot. So we had selected the recorder option. In this recorder we had selected the action password. So we need to enter the password. So select here, go to here, click on pick and select the locker which we had created, the email address. Select the credential, that is the email address credential. Select the attribute. Attribute is the password attribute. We had entered two attributes, right? One is the email address and the password. So we are entering the password here. Select the password attribute and click on confirm. Scroll down. Here you can see we have picked the password. If you want, you can enter the time, which is optional. You can see it is of the type user password. So that's all. Save it. Now we need one more recorder action, that is to click on the login button. So we'll select for the search for the recorder, select the capture option, and we'll select the browser, select the web page and click on the capture object. So the object which we are capturing now is the login button. So click on the login button. Here you can see recording capture finalization. So the login button is being captured. So what action should be taken? So we need to click on the login button. Here you can see, if you have noticed, there is no option to set text. Why? Because this is a login button and we can't enter the text here. So that option is not here. So from these options, we should select the click option to login. So we'll select the click option. And you can see here, it is of the type login, button login. So we have selected the login button. Now we'll save it. So we have completed the project. In the first step, we have selected the browser package. In browser package, we have selected the open action, which opens the web page. The link which we have provided, it opens the web page. In the second, we have selected from the recorder package, we have selected the capture option, in which we have captured the email address. Then we have captured the password, and then we have captured to click on the login button. So let's save it. We have saved it. So let's click on run and see. Here you can see the web page has opened in the new window. Email address has been entered. Password has been entered. And it is clicking on the login page. And it is redirecting to the website. And here you can see the login page has been opened. So your bot has run successfully.
Excel packages. The Excel package consists of actions that allow us to automate many of the tedious tasks while working with Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. The Excel packages that Automation Anywhere offers are Excel Advanced Package. To use the Excel Advanced Package command, we must first install the Excel Advanced Package. It's utilized to automate actions involving the workbook, worksheet, rows, columns, and cells. The system must have Microsoft Office installed. The versions of Microsoft Office that are supported range from Microsoft Office 2016 to 2019. File formats like .xls, .xlsx are supported by this command. And it also supports the older Excel formats as well as the advanced Excel actions. And it requires the installation of the Microsoft Excel application. Next we have Excel Basic Package. This package enables quick spreadsheet activities for .xlsx files without requiring the MS Excel software to be installed. Office 365 Excel. This package provides commands for working with Excel online. The Office 365 Excel bundle includes actions that allow you to automate operations in Microsoft Excel Online. If you are using Microsoft Excel 365 via a web browser, you can use the Office 365 Excel package to automate Excel process. Let's look at the Excel commands. Some of the Excel commands are: Open spreadsheet. This allows to open the Excel spreadsheet. Close spreadsheet closes a spreadsheet that was opened using the open spreadsheet operation. The Excel command identifies the spreadsheet using the same session name as one used in the open spreadsheet operation. Save spreadsheet. This command saves a spreadsheet in an open workbook. Activate spreadsheet activates a specific spreadsheet in an open workbook. It specifies whether to activate the sheet by index or sheet by name. Get cell. This command allows to retrieve the values of a specific cell as well as the range of the cell. Set cell. This command sets the value of the active cell or a specific cell in an Excel spreadsheet. You can assign a variable to the cell value. Go to cell moves to a specific cell within a spreadsheet. It can move one cell to the left or to the right of the active cell, and it can move one cell above or below the active cell or move to the beginning or end of the column. Delete cell. This command deletes the value in an active cell or in a specific cell within an Excel spreadsheet. Run Excel macro. Runs a macro that is stored within an Excel spreadsheet. Enter the macro name and specify the parameters of the macro arguments. Let's look at the demo. In this demo, we will have two Excel files and we will use Excel operations and merge these two Excel files. So let's jump into Automation Anywhere. So what we are doing is we have two Excel files. I'll show you the files. So this is Excel file 1 which has a data table of employees and salaries, and we have another file, Excel file 2, which has the data table of employee names and salaries. So the file 1 has different names, employee names and different salaries, and the file 2 has different names and different salaries. So we will combine both of these data tables. We'll create a bot which will combine both of this data table. So let's go to the control room. Go to the automation section and click on create new bot. Name the bot. We'll name it as Excel bot. Click on create and edit. So after creating a bot, go to search actions and search for a step. Step action and double click on this. So what step action does is it runs a sequence of commands. For example, to open a file 1 and file 2, there is a sequence of steps, and at the end of this project there will be many list of steps, so which will be confusing. So just to avoid confusion, we will drag and drop the step, and inside each step there will be a number of actions. So now that we have selected this action step, give the title, we'll name it as file 1. So go to Excel package, search for Excel. So in Excel Advanced, since I have MS Excel installed in my PC, so I will use Excel Advanced. Scroll down and select Open. Open action opens an Excel spreadsheet. This action works with XLSX and XLS and all these files which you can see here. So now after dragging and dropping open option, you can select the file path from control room, desktop file or a variable. I have the file on my desktop, so I'll select desktop and I'll browse. So I'll select the file, that is file 1, and I'll open. So I have selected the file and our file contains the headers. So check this box and check this specific sheet name so that you can name the sheet. So our data table is in the sheet 1. So type the name of the sheet and open in read write mode or read only mode. So we will open in read write mode. and if you scroll down, there is session name, so we'll keep it as default. So this much is done. Next activity, so this action should be inside the step action, so drag and drop it inside. Okay. Next we need get multiple cells. Double click on get multiple cells. Get multiple cells retrieves the values of multiple cells in an Excel worksheet. So you can select range of cells to be returned, all rows or specific rows or cell range. We will select all rows since we want to merge all the rows. So select all rows and select the read visible text in cell or read cell value. You can select any one of this, and the session name keep it as default. And you need to assign value to the variable, so we'll create a variable. Since we are using the data table, we'll name it as table1. Okay, let's create and select. So we have selected the variable, and now we need to close the file, so we'll select the close action. So the close action closes an Excel spreadsheet, so double click and select the close option. Here you should uncheck the save changes when closing the file and name the session as default. Okay, so step 1, that is file 1. So these 3 steps. So this is done for file 1. Now we need to repeat this for file 2 as well. So we'll save here till now what we have done. Okay, now we'll repeat this for file 2. Let's drag and drop step action. So in step 2, name it as file 2. We are performing this step for file 2. Okay, now we'll go to Excel package and select open. We need to open the file. So basically we are repeating this above steps, and we will select the file 2. We'll go to desktop file, browse and select file 2. So we have selected the file 2, and this file also contains headers. Check this box and specify the sheet name as sheet 1. We have the data table in sheet 1, so sheet 1, and read and write mode and session name. Since the session name for the file 1 is default and we need to change here, so we'll give it as default 2 as the session name. Okay, so this much is done. Now next we need get multiple cells. So double click on get multiple cells. We'll select all rows and change the session name to default 2 and create a variable here. So right click and create a variable, name it as table2 and create and select. Okay, this is done. Next we need to close the file. So scroll up and select the close action and change the session name. For file 2 we have kept the session name as default 2, so we'll use the same session. Okay, so this much is done. We'll save. Okay, now file 1 and file 2 is created. So these actions are outside the file 2, outside the step file 2, so we'll bring it inside. These are supposed to be inside. Okay, now step 1 and step 2 is done. Next we need to merge this file, so go to the data table package. So in this data table package you can see all these actions. We need the merge action. This merges 2 data tables together in a single data table. So double click on merge data table. Okay, so after double clicking on merge data table, enter the first table name. So enter the data table name. We'll select it as table 1, what we had created in step 1, file 1, and similarly we'll enter the second data table name. So these are basically the 2 data tables which we want to merge, right? Then enter the name of the data table in which we want to merge. So we want to merge it in either we can merge it in the file 1 or file 2, but we will create a new file and merge it in the new file. So we'll create a new variable here and we'll name it as table 3. Okay, So create and select. So new data table is created. To create a new file, to write it in a new file, there is an action here, write to file. This writes a data table into a specified file. So select this and choose a variable, that is table 3 variable, and enter the file. So to enter the file name, select the file path where you want to create this file. So I'll select the file path of my desktop, and from the desktop I want to create a file as name result file, result.csv. So I've created this file. So to create this file, you need to check this box, create folders and file, if it doesn't exist. So this file doesn't exist. I've just named it here. Now while I check this box, so this file will get created. And check this overwrite existing file, so that when you run it for a second time or third time, the data doesn't overlap. So every time you run it, a new data has been overwritten. So check this box, and you can change this if you want, row delimiter to new line, or column delimiter, comma, and all this. Okay, so this is done. Let's save and let's run. It is downloading the dependencies. It will take a few seconds or sometimes a few minutes. Let's wait. So your bot has run successfully. We'll go to the desktop and check the file which we created. Here you can see the result file is created. So we'll open this result file. So here you can see the result file where both the tables have been merged. So from the row 2 Tim till the row 7, this was in the file 1, and this last 5 rows were in the file 2. So you can see here both the data tables have been merged. Now you can see here that there are rows repeated. This row John is repeated twice. So we don't want the rows to be repeated. We want to eliminate the rows which are repeated. So for that, let's go here. So let's close this. And to remove the duplicate rows, we have an option here called remove duplicate rows. Remove duplicate rows removes the duplicate rows from a data table. Double click on remove duplicate rows and take it above right file. Okay, so in remove duplicate rows, select the data table name. We want to remove duplicate rows from the table 3, which is the merged data table. So select the table 3 variable, and now let's save it and let's run. Okay, your bot has run successfully. Now we'll go and check if the duplicate rows have been removed. Let's close this and go to the desktop, open the result file. And here you can see there are no duplicate rows. So there was another duplicate row here named John, and that row has been removed. And there are no duplicate rows left. That is how you remove the duplicate rows. Now let's see, now we want this salaries to be sorted. We want this in order. The employee with the highest salary, we need him at the top, and the employee with the lowest salary, we need him at the bottom. So let's go to the control room. To sort the data, there is an action called sort. This sort action sorts a data table on the basis of column by ascending or descending order. So double click on this. Double click on sort and drag and drop the sort action. Bring it above right file. So in sort data table, enter the data table name. We'll enter the table 3, which is the merged data table. And we can sort by column name or column index. We'll sort it by name. And what is the column name which we are sorting? It is the salaries column, right? So let's type the column name, salaries. Make sure the spelling is right, otherwise it will show an error. Next, we need to select the order in which we want to sort. We'll select the descending order because we want the employee with the highest salary at the top. So select the descending order and let's save and let's click on run. Oops, there was an error. Maybe the error is because I have kept the Excel sheet open. So I'll close the Excel sheet and run again. So here we go, your bot has run successfully. Let's go and check if the data is sorted. Let's click on the results. And here you can see the data has been sorted in the descending order. The employee with the highest salary is at the top and it's decreasing in the order, and the employee with the lowest salary is at the bottom. So we have performed this operation of sorting data. Let's go back to the control room. Let's close this. There are similar other actions in the data table. There is assign action. So assign action assigns the value of the source table variable to the destination table variable. The change column type, where you can change the type of the column. If it's an integer, you can change it to string, and if it's in string you want to change it to integer, then you can use this action. There is clear content. There is clear content action. Clears all the content of specified data table and get the number of rows. You can get the number of rows in this get the number of rows action, and you can delete any column if you want. You can delete row, insert column, insert row. I have shown a few actions here. You can check out all of these actions, and if you have any doubt regarding any of these actions, you can comment in the comment section and I'll try to answer. So you can delete column, delete row, insert column or insert row. Similarly, you can join two data tables together as per the column specified, as per inner joint, outer joint, full joint. However you want, you can join the data tables. And the merge action, we have merged two data tables here. And you can remove the duplicate rows, get the number of rows, search for any particular value if you want, and you can set the value of a single cell, and you can sort the data in ascending or descending order and write to the file. So you can write the data to file. So these are the actions present in the data table. If you're planning to attend an interview for an RPA or Automation Anywhere developer role, here is a comprehensive list of most frequently asked Automation Anywhere interview questions with answers. We'll first look at the beginner level questions. What is Automation Anywhere? Automation Anywhere is a well-known robotic process automation tool that enables business to automate end-to-end business operations. It provides powerful and user-friendly RPA capabilities such as cloud-native, web-based intelligent automation solution for automating any complex task. It is a web-based management system that employs a control room to execute automated tasks. It improves the efficiency of business process and reduces the need for human labor. What are the features of Automation Anywhere? Automation Anywhere offers an easy-to-use interface for building bots and designing business process automation workflows. It supports multiple operating systems such as Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. It consists of a recorder that works on a variety of platforms, including Microsoft Windows, Citrix, Web, and SAP. It consists of different bot views for collaboration, flow view for business users, list view for developers, and dual view for collaboration. Automation Anywhere supports platforms like JavaScript, Python, and VBScript, as well as advanced variable capabilities. Another key feature is its versatile architecture that allows for the addition of new command packages. What are the different components in Automation Anywhere? Automation Anywhere Robotic Interface (AARI) is a user-friendly interface that allows business users to collaborate with bots. AARI enables enterprises to unlock previously unavailable automation opportunities between humans and bots that RPA could not address. IQBot, an intelligent document processing solution capable of reading and processing a wide range of complex documents and emails. IQBot intelligently captures, classifies and extracts semi-structured and unstructured data using RPA and multiple AI techniques, allowing document-centric business process to be automated end-to-end. Bot Insight, the analytics platform that delivers real-time, interactive, and intelligent insights into the business process and operational intelligence. Discovery Bot, an intelligent business solution for enterprise business that enables end users to discover automation opportunities through process discovery. Discovery Bot collaborates with business workers to identify automation opportunities that can maximize the return on your RPA investment. What is an enterprise control room and how does it work? The enterprise control room serves as a single point of management for all bots. The enterprise control room manages, schedules, executes, and configures various bots and bot runner capabilities using a collection of specialized web services. The enterprise control room is placed on a server in the data center and configured to work with the other data center components. Explain the different type of bots in Automation Anywhere. Task bot. Task bots are used for automating repetitive tasks based on the rules. These tasks are simple to create and can reliably complete multi-step procedures. Document administration, claims management, HR departments, IT and other areas benefit from task bots. Metabot. Metabots are more advanced version of task bots. Metabots are automation building components that help with next generation integration scalability. These are intended for a scalable, complex process. On a computer, metabots are used to automate applications. IQ bot. IQ bots are the next generation of intelligent bots. With the ability to think like humans, these bots are designed to learn on their own and carry out tasks in accordance with that learning. IQ bots also learn to recognize patterns so that the bot knows exactly what to do the next time the pattern appears. With each human confirmation, it learns and improves its ability to carry out the act. Explain briefly the architecture of Automation Anywhere. Automation Anywhere platform is built using a distributed architecture. The Enterprise Control Room is a web-based platform that manages the development and execution of digital workforce and provides a centralized management. Bot creators and bot runners are linked to the Enterprise Control Room. Bot creators are software development platforms for authorizing and customizing automations. Bot runners are runtime systems deployed on machines that carry out the automations. Bot runners can be installed on desktops, in data centers, or in the cloud. What is a bot creator? A bot is a self-contained task that requires little to no human intervention to complete. The bot creator is a customized development client for Automation Anywhere that is used to create bots. Task editor, event watcher, bot player, auto login, and local scheduler are all included. The bot creator also includes the ability to create bots from a device utilizing the enterprise client application. The device is registered with the Enterprise Control Room after the bot creator user signs in for the first time, and the user can deploy bots on that device. What is a bot runner? A bot runner has ability to run bots from a device utilizing the enterprise client application. The device is registered with the Enterprise Control Room after the bot runner user logs in for the first time, and the user can deploy bots on that device. Bots are run by bot runner, which is a software machine. Bot runners can run bots at a scale after they have been developed by the bot creator. Explain triggers in Automation Anywhere. Triggers integrate predefined events into your process, reducing the amount of tasks that users must do repeatedly. In Automation Anywhere, you can use attendant automation to create unique triggers for numerous apps. These triggers can then be used to launch a bot. Add triggers to have the bot execute automatically whenever a specified event occurs, for instance, pressing a specific key or series of keystrokes. Explain the benefits of Automation Anywhere. Time saving, an easy-to-use interface that allows users of varying skill levels to easily use the product and accelerate the learning process. With instant web-based deployment, you can get started with writing bots right away. Business adaptability. Automation Anywhere provides regular updates ensuring that you are always up to date on any device anywhere. It provides continuity of operations with high availability and disaster recovery. Low cost of ownership. There is no need for additional infrastructure investment. A unified platform for front office, back office, and employee applications. It gives lower maintenance cost. What are bot insights? The analytics platform that delivers real-time, interactive, and intelligent insights into business process and operational intelligence. Bot Insight takes a large amount of content level and productivity data generated by deployed bots and converts it into insights via automatically generated and customizable dashboards. What are the different Excel packages that Automation Anywhere offers? Automation Anywhere offers 3 different Excel packages. Excel Advanced package. It's utilized to automate actions involving the workbook, worksheet, rows, columns, and cells. The system must have Microsoft Office installed. The versions of Microsoft Office that are supported range from 2016 to Microsoft Office 2019. Excel Basic package enables quick spreadsheet activities for .xlsx files without requiring the MS Excel software to be installed. Office 365 Excel. It provides commands for working with Excel online. The Office 365 Excel bundle includes actions that allow you to automate operations in Microsoft Excel online. If you are using Microsoft Excel 365 via a web browser, you can use the Office 365 Excel package to automate Excel process. Let us look at the intermediate level questions. Explain functions of the following Excel commands. Open spreadsheet. Allows to open the Excel spreadsheet. Close spreadsheet. Closes a spreadsheet that was opened. Save spreadsheet. Saves a spreadsheet in an open workbook. Activate spreadsheet. Activates a specific spreadsheet in an open workbook. It specifies whether to activate the sheet by index or sheet by name. Get cell allows to retrieve the values of a specific cell as well as the range of the cell. Set cell sets the value of the active cell or a specific cell in an Excel spreadsheet. You can assign a variable to the cell value. Go to cell moves to a specific cell within a spreadsheet. Delete cell deletes the value of a specific cell within an Excel spreadsheet. Run Excel macro runs a macro that is stored within an Excel spreadsheet. Enter the macro name and specify the parameters of the macro arguments. Explain the types of triggers to start a bot. Email. In email trigger, a bot is launched when a new email message arrives in the given email service, such as Microsoft Outlook, email server, or AWS server. File and folder. When a predefined file or folder event occurs, it starts a bot. As the trigger, you can choose from the following options, like when you make a new file or a folder, or when a file or a folder that already exists gets destroyed, or when you rename a file or a folder. The next type is hotkey. When a predetermined combination of keystrokes is performed on the keyboard, a bot is launched. As the trigger, you can use any combination like Ctrl, Alt, Windows, and Escape are all control keys. Regular alphabetical characters are used in the key. Interface. When a predetermined event occurs on the selected user interface element, a bot is launched. Some instances of pre-configured events are a button is pressed by the user, or an application is opened or closed by the user, a checkbox is selected or cleared by the user. How to record the task with Universal Recorder. Step 1. Create a new bot or open an existing bot. Then click on the Start Recording and select Universal Recording. Step 3. Perform the required steps and click on Finish. Step 4. Edit the actions and click on Save. Let's jump into the Automation Anywhere control room and see how to record the task with Universal Recorder. So here we are in the control room. We have created a new bot. So let's search for a message box. Double click on the message box. Enter a message. Close message box after 5 seconds. Now go to start recording, or you can press Ctrl plus R. Click on start recording and select the window which you want to record. So I'll select the calculator and click on Universal Recorder. And now you can perform actions. So I'm adding the numbers. So I have randomly performed some actions. Now I'll click on finish and let's finish the recording. Now let us save and click on run. So here you can see the message is displayed hello. It will close in 5 seconds and it has closed. And the recording is being played and it shows the actions which we have recorded. You can see your bot has run successfully. How to clone a bot in Automation Anywhere? Create a read-only duplicate of the bot in the private workspace from the public workspace so you can have a local copy without checking it out. Step 1. Log into the control room as a bot creator user, and then in public space, click Bots. The My Bot page is displayed with the list of folders or files containing the bot. Then select the bot you want to clone, click the Actions menu and click Clone Task Bot. The clone bot appears in the same folder structure in the private workspace. So let's jump into the Automation Anywhere control room and see how to clone a bot. So this is the My Bot folder. So these are the bots which I have created. So let's go to this Python bot, select this bot and go to the options and click here, copy task bot. And here you can see a copy of that bot is being created, and name the bot whatever you want. So I'll keep the default name Python bot copy 1 and click on copy. You can select the folder where you want to store it. I have kept the default folders. And here you can see Python bot copy 1 has been successfully created. So that is how you clone a bot. Explain the following commands: delay command, wait command and task command. The delay command is used to delay the execution of next command for a set length of time. You have the option of specifying the time in milliseconds or seconds. Wait command. The wait command is used to add a condition that forces the next set of actions to wait for the contents of a screen to change before proceeding. Task command. Task command is used to start a task within a task or pause it and stop it. Explain predefined variables in Automation Anywhere. Predefined variables are variables that provide specific information about the machine on which the bot is run. The values of a preset variable cannot be changed by users. Below are the examples of predefined variables: clipboard, date and time, string, and system settings and parameters. Explain the date-time predefined variables in Automation Anywhere. Using the datetime packages activities, you can manipulate date and time variables. Date returns a date that includes the hours, minutes, and seconds. Day, the day is returned in date format. Hour is a function that returns the hours in hours format. Machine, the device name is returned as a string by the machine. Millisecond, millisecond returns a value between 0 and 999 milliseconds. Minute, the minutes are returned in minute format. Month, month is a function that returns the month in month format. Seconds, the seconds are returned in seconds format. Year returns the current year in the year format.
It is somewhere few months, yeah, maybe this year ki cheez
How
hai.
are loops used to control a bot in Automation Anywhere?
Is it?
Loops are one of the most powerful bot building constructions. Loops are the instructions that repeat a set of actions a certain number of times or until a condition is met.
Yeah, I have the date.
You have a date.
When a loop checks for the completion of a defined number of iterations or satisfaction of a condition, if not satisfied, the loop is executed.
April.
The same conditions are checked repeatedly until the condition has been satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, then the loop is not being executed.
क्या हैं आप?
आपने अप्रैल कैसे
Explain error handling in Automation Anywhere.
Something is struck in my head.
Error handling in Automation Anywhere consists of the error handler package that comprises actions that make it simple to handle exceptions that a bot encounters and pass control to the bot's other activities.
That's all you have to do.
You can use the error handler actions to separate the actions that you can't use to complete a task from the actions or to handle an exception. When a bot meets an error, handling exceptions ensure that the work is complete.
23, 23, 23, 23, 23.
How is Automation Anywhere different from UiPath?
Please allow me to.
On the basis of single integrated automation platform, Automation Anywhere provides intelligent automation platform like attended automation, unattended automation, intelligent document processing, and many more. Whereas UiPath requires third-party products and integration to deliver a similar solution,
So no, you are thinking something external.
increasing installation
something
and
hard.
support complexity.
Are you thinking
Modern
of a holiday
architecture.
destination?
Automation Anywhere provides efficient
my
Java-based
God.
microservice architecture,
Okay,
ensuring
that's interesting.
scalability, reducing the cost of infrastructure and maintenance. UiPath, on the other hand, built on a legacy window workflow foundation with the last update released in 2012. The scalability is slow and difficult due to lack of modularity. Ease
Are
of
you
use.
thinking of a
In
holiday?
Automation Anywhere, the easy-to-use platform enables the regular employees to create their own automation. But UiPath is targeted towards the developer community and needs more intervention from IT and development
Thank
teams.
you so much. This is impossible.
Most secure
Sonu.
and
How did you
compliant.
do it?
Automation Anywhere provides the best-in-class security standard, whereas UiPath has incomplete security certifications that create business and
The
compliance
only
risk.
thing I can request, क्या मैं वहाँ पे आके खड़ी हो
Easier
सकती
to
हूँ?
scale.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. I can do just a
Automation
little
Anywhere
closer to you.
quickly
Yes.
scales to
Okay,
thousands of
शायद
bots
आप जो
in front
सोच
and
रहे
back office, no matter
सर,
the
क्या
type
आपने
attended,
एक
unattended,
गाने
or
के बारे
document
में
processing.
सोचा? You know, एक
UiPath's
पुराना गाना
architecture,
सोचा, कोई नया
unable
गाना
to
नहीं.
scale horizontally and required to duplication of entire application for every service expansion. Quicker ROI. In Automation Anywhere, the modern
Can you sing
microservices
this song in your
architecture
mind?
enables a platform to scale both vertically and horizontally, delivering
This
faster
is what
ROI.
he's faking because he
In
wants me to wrong
UiPath,
guess. It's
with
not an
most
exciting
deployments
song.
limited to a single digit, large-scale deployments become difficult. Explain JavaScript package in Automation Anywhere. The JavaScript package contains actions that allow a bot to run JavaScript. On Windows, Linux, and Unix-based devices, these activities can launch JavaScript. The JavaScript includes the following actions. Open. This action opens a JavaScript file in Automation Anywhere. Close. This action closes the session and specifies the same session name from the open action.
Thank you. Thank you.
Run JavaScript action
Okay.
runs a function
तो मेरी
within the
drawings करवाइए.
JavaScript.
Let's get to that. क्या आप अपनी drawings
Now let us look
दिखाएंगे?
at some of the advanced
इन्होंने
level
एक पेड़
Automation
बनाया,
Anywhere
उन्होंने भी एक
interview
पेड़ बनाया,
questions.
उन्होंने भी एक पेड़ बनाया. All of them actually
How to write inline
made
scripts
a
using
tree.
Python command in Automation Anywhere. Step 1.
सबने
Create
एक
a new
साथ
bot.
पेड़ बनाया
And
है.
step 2. Drag and drop the following actions.
आदित्य, can we
That is
see
Python
कि
script,
आपने
open, execute
बनाया?
function, and Python script close.
अच्छा ठीक है देख
Finally, add a message box to display the
इन्होंने
result
भी
variable.
यहाँ पर एक ट्री बनाया.
Let us go to the Automation Anywhere control group.
सभी इतने कनेक्टेड है यहाँ पे, सबने एक जैसा पेड़ बनाया है और
So I
हमारे
have already created a bot.
आपने क्या बनाया है?
I'll open that bot.
आपने ट्री नहीं बनाया.
नहीं ट्री नहीं बनाया
Search for the Python
कोई बात नहीं,
script
कोई बात नहीं.
package. From the Python script package,
आपको tree
drag and
बनाना
drop
ही
the
नहीं
open
था.
function. In the open function, specify the session name. If you already have an existing file on your device, then select the import existing device and enter the file path. Or you can enter the input manually. So I have entered the input manually, in which I have defined a function which I have named it as name, and I have called an argument called string, and I have returned that argument. So select the Python runtime version. In my device Python version 3 is installed, so I have selected Tech 3 and then drag and drop the Python script. In this, enter the session name and enter the name of function to be executed. As you can see here in the previous open action, I have entered the function name as name. So enter this in the Python script action. Enter the name of the function, then argument to the function. Create a variable. So I have created a variable and named it as Python variable. So and I have assigned the value to this variable, and I have assigned the value called thanks to this variable. And then in the display message, enter the variable which you had created. So we had created the variable Python variable and assigned it. So enter the variable. Just a second. So select the variable and then close the message box after 10 seconds. Then once you open the Python script, then we have to close the Python script as well. And the session name should be the same. So for in-detail explanation and better understanding, check out our tutorial on automation anywhere using Python. Check out this video in which I have explained all the steps in detail how Python is used in automation anywhere. So now we'll click on save and run this. It's downloading dependencies, and here you go, the message from the bot is being displayed as thanks. This was the value which we had assigned to the variable, and the window will close in 10 seconds. How to create a credential in Automation Anywhere. Step 1. Navigate to bots and go to the credentials section. Then enter the credential name and a description for the configured credential. Then enter the attribute name and supply the description for the attribute. Then select the external key vault. Then select input, standard or user provided. Set the security and click create credential. Let's go to the Automation Anywhere and create a credential. In the control room, go to manage. In the manage, you can see credentials. Click on credentials. And if you go here, you can see create credential. Click on create credential. Enter the credential name, enter the credential description, which is optional. Then scroll down and enter the attribute name. Whatever the attribute you want, enter the attribute name and enter the description, which is optional, and provide the input. Either you can keep the input standard or user provided. When you keep the input as user provided, when the credential is added to the locker, an email will be sent to the consumer of the locker. So you will receive an email. But we don't want to receive an email, so we'll keep it as standard. And enter the value. So enter the value of the attribute which you are creating, and you can keep the value masked. When you keep it masked, the value gets encrypted. Usually we use it for passwords. When you enter the password, we encrypt the value. That is why we select mask. And you can create the attribute like this, and if you want, you can create multiple attributes. Click on plus and you can create the multiple attributes. Once you have created the attributes, then when you scroll up, here you can see this option, create credential. This option will get enabled. Then you click on create credential and the credential gets created. This is how you create a credential. How to set up a locker and assign credentials. Step 1. Create and assign roles. Step 2. Create a credential. And step 3. Create a locker. So it is very simple. Let's go to the control room. Go to the credential sections. In this, you can see the lockers option here. Go to lockers and Click on Create Locker. Once you click on Create Locker, enter the locker name, enter the description. So in the credentials, whatever credentials you have created will be shown here. So I have already deposited this credential in the locker, that is why it is disabled for me. So once you have created the credential, check this box, select the credential and click here to deposit this credential in the locker. Once that is done, go to the owners and select the owner. So your owner email address will be shown here. Select that email address and deposit that in the locker. Once that is done, go to managers. This is optional and this manager is not enabled in the community edition, and even the participants. This is also not enabled in the community edition. So skip these two steps and go to consumers. And in consumers, check the community edition user and deposit that in the locker. Once this much is done, you can see this option create locker. This option will get enabled. So click on create locker and the locker will get created. Check out my previous video on Automation Anywhere Excel operations, in which I have shown how to create a credential and how to create a locker in detail. Create a bot to log in web page using Automation Anywhere. Actions using the above question are as follows. We will use the browser package that contains actions that enable you to download files, find broken lines and launch a website. It contains a capture action from the recorder package to capture an interaction with the user interface object such as text box, button, table, etc. Let's go to the Automation Anywhere control room and create a bot to log in web page using Automation Anywhere. So this is the login bot which I have already created. You can check out our Automation Anywhere tutorial in which I have detailedly explained each step how to create a bot to log in inside any web page. So basically in this, we are using a browser action. In the browser action, we will open it in a new window. We'll browse in the Google Chrome. You can select whichever you want. For now, I have selected Google Chrome and select the link to open. So in this project, I will log in inside the Simplilearn's web page. So for that, I have selected the link, that is the link in the Simplilearn's. So go to the Simplilearn's web page, go to the login page, and I have copied this link of the login page. So I have pasted the link to open here. Then I have used the recorder package. From the recorder package, I have used the capture action, in which in the first action I'll capture the email address. In the second capture action I'll capture the password. In the third capture action I'll click on the login button. So I have captured these three actions. So let us save and click on run. Here you go. It has opened the web page in the new window. So entering the email address, password and clicking on the login button. And it has logged in inside the Simplilearn's web page. And your bot has run successfully. Create a bot to merge two data tables from a different Excel sheets into a new sheet. So to merge two data tables together in a single data table, in Automation Anywhere, we use merge action from the data table package. So let's go to Automation Anywhere. So I have the two Excel files, file 1 and file 2. So in file 1, I have 6 rows of employee names and salaries. In file 2, I have 5 rows of salaries and employee names. So I'll merge both these tables into a new Excel sheet. So for that, let us go to the Automation Anywhere control room. You can check out our Automations Anywhere Excel operations video, in which we have explained all the Excel operations and actions in detail. In step 1, I have selected the file 1, that is, I have opened the Excel file 1 and assigned it a get multiple cell actions and closed the file. Similarly, in step 2, I have opened the file 2 and similarly assigned the get multiple cells and closed the file 2. Then from the data table package, From the data table package, I have used this merge action. This merges two data tables together in a single data table. So I have used this action. So I'll disable the other actions. Click on save and run the file. So the Excel bot is running and a new file named as result will be created on the desktop. So the bot has run successfully. Let us go to the desktop and see the result file which got created. Let us open this file. And here you can see both the data tables have been merged into a new Excel files. First 6 rows from the file 1 and the next 5 rows from the file 2 have been merged into a single data table. How to remove duplicate rows from a data table in Automation Anywhere? To remove duplicate rows from the data table, use Remove Duplicate Rows action from the data table package. As you can see in this data table, there is a duplicate row named John, which is repeated twice. So let us go to Automation Anywhere and perform action to remove these duplicate rows. So let us close this. So if you go to the data table action, here you can see remove duplicate rows. So double click on this and then you will get the double click on remove duplicate rows, and in remove duplicate rows select the data table name. So I am selecting the data variable which I had created. So just specify the data table name and the Automation Anywhere will remove the duplicate rows. So let us click on save and let us run. Here you can see the Excel bot is running. It is opening both the Excel files. It is checking for duplicate rows and your bot has successfully run. So let us close this and go to desktop. And here you can see the duplicate row has been deleted. So there was one more duplicate row with the name John. So that row has been deleted. So this is how you delete duplicate rows in Automation Anywhere from the Excel, from the data table. The last question, how to sort data in a data table using Automation Anywhere. To sort data in a data table, Automation Anywhere provides a sort action from the data table package. So if you look at this data table, you can see the salaries column. The salaries is not sorted. So we'll sort the salaries column in the descending order. The employee with the highest salary will be at the top and the employee with the lowest salary will be at the bottom. So let's close this and we'll enable this sort data action. So what you have to do is select sort data action from the data table package. Once you select this, specify the data table name and the column name. So we want to sort the column salaries. Then select the order in which you want to sort. We'll sort it in the descending order. Click on save and click on run. Here you can see deploying to the computer, downloading the dependencies, and the bot is running. So your bot has run successfully. Let's go to desktop and open the file results. And here you can see the data is sorted in the descending order. The employee with the highest salary is at the top. Similarly, in the decreasing order, the employee with the lowest salary is at the bottom.
UiPath using Python. To invoke a Python script in UiPath, we must first create a new sequence. Then we should drag and drop the following activities from the Python activities pack. We need to drag and drop Python activity scope, load Python activity, invoke Python activity, and get Python object. Then we will use a message box to display the result variable. Let's jump into the UiPath Studio and explore each of these activities in detail. The first thing we should do is go to the Manage Packages and install Python Activities Pack. Go to All Packages and search the keyword Python, and here you will get uipath.python.activities. So install this package, click on install and get it installed. So I have already installed it, so I'll close this. So let's create a new sequence. We'll name the sequence as Python demo. Let's create the new sequence. Now that we have installed the Python activities package, search for Python keyword and you will get the Python activities package. So this pack allows you to call Python scripts and methods straight from any workflow. You may also provide input parameters and obtain the output data generated by the activities to the invoked code. So the activities present in Python activities pack are get Python object, invoke Python method, load Python script, Python scope and run Python script. So first we will drag and drop Python scope. So Python scope is a container that sets up a Python environment and provides a scope for Python activities. All Python objects loaded up to that point are erased when the Python scope activity finishes. So we need to provide the path where the Python is installed. So the prerequisite is you need to have Python installed in your system, the latest version of Python. So search for Python where it is installed in your system and go to the file location. Since this is a shortcut, go to the file location and copy this file location and paste the location here in the path. Paste it in the double quotes. Okay. So now we have pasted the location in the path and target change it to 64 if it is 64-bit, and version you can change it to any version which you have installed the Python version, or you can keep it in the auto. So that's not a problem. So after dragging and dropping a Python scope, drag and drop load Python script, get it inside this do activity. So here you can write the code, or if you have an existing file you can copy the file path here. So I'll write a simple code. So write it in the double quotes. So I'll define a function, say I'll name the function as name and I'll pass an argument, say message. I'll pass an argument as message and return the argument. Okay. So I've written a simple code. I have defined a function and returned that argument. So we'll create a variable here. Right click, create variable and name it as say script. You can name it anything. Name it as script. Okay, the variable is created. So this load Python script is the command that converts Python code to a Python object variable. The generated variable can be used to invoke the methods in the code. Next we need invoke Python method. Invoke Python method allows you to run a specified method directly in a workflow from a Python script. The method containing script must be first loaded into the environment using the load Python script activity. So we have first loaded it with the load Python script activity, then only we can use invoke Python method. Okay. Now we need to provide the input parameters instance and name. Instance is the variable which we created previously in the load Python script. We created a variable named script. So select that variable. And name is the function name which we had called. We had called the function name as name, right, in the previous load script activity. So we'll name the function here. So we had named the function as name. And we'll pass the input parameters. So we'll pass the input parameters here. Since we are passing a string, use double quotes and I'll pass the parameter as thanks for watching this video. So I have passed this input parameter. Okay, now in the result we need to create another variable. So last time we had created the variable called script. So we'll create this variable as script1. Okay. Next we need get Python object. So drag and drop get Python object activity, bring it inside. So get Python object, this method returns the .NET type used in the Python script. So go to the input Python object, enter the variable which you had created in the invoke Python method. We had created a variable as script2, right, script1. So select that variable. It is the type argument is of type string. Select the type string since we are passing a string. And in the result create another variable. Right click and create variable, and we'll name the variable as script2. Okay. Now we need a message box to display the result. But before that, we have used load Python script and invoke Python method, get Python object, and Python scope. We have used 4 of this activity, and the one activity left is run Python script. So this command allows you to run Python code. You can either type the code straight into the activity or give it a file path. So we'll not use run Python script in this project. So after this much is done, we will search for a message box. So drag and drop a message box inside the Python scope. So we'll enter the message here. The result variable which we had created in the previous activity get Python object is script2. So to display the message, we'll enter that variable script2. So we need to convert it to string. So enter the function dot to string. We'll concatenate it with the text, say subscribe to our YouTube channel. So we have concatenated a message. So we are all done. So we'll save it and click on run. And here you go. You can see the message. Thanks for watching this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Automation Anywhere is one of the leading robotic process automation platforms. Automation Anywhere is built on the world's most commonly used automation and artificial intelligence platform, Automation Anywhere using Python. In this, we will write inline scripts using the command Python script and its machine learning capabilities within the Automation Anywhere. We'll first log into the control room and create a new bot. Then, we will drag and drop the following actions from the Python script package. We will use Python script open, execute function, and Python script close. Then, we will add a message box to display the result variable. Let's jump into the Automation Anywhere control room and explore the Python script package and each of its actions in detail. Log into the control room, enter the username and password, click on login. Once you have logged in the control room, go to the automation, click on create new bot. Enter the bot name as Python bot, enter the description which is optional, and select the folder where you want to store the bot, and next click on create and edit. So the bot is successfully created. Go to the search actions and search for Python script package. So the Python script package contains actions that enable Python script functions in a task. On the device where you wish to run the script, the relevant version of Python should be installed. Version 2.x and 3.x of Python are supported by Automation Anywhere. The path of the Python folder is modified in the path environment variable. Enter the Python on the command prompt to see if Python environment variable is set correctly. The Python environment is set up appropriately if it returns the Python version that is installed. So these are the list of activities in the Python script package. Close action closes the session and specifies the name. Execute function executes a function within the Python script. Execute script executes a script within the Python script. And open action opens a Python file. So let's use open file now. Drag and drop the Python script open. So enter the new Python session. So enter the session name. By default, the session name is default. So let's keep the session name as it is. And there are two options. One is to import the existing file. If you already have the file on your device, you can import it from the control room file or desktop file or variable. The other way is to manually enter the code. So we'll enter a simple code. We'll define a function. Let us name the function as name and we'll pass an argument as message. We'll return the argument message. Don't forget to give colon in a function. So we have entered the simple 2-line code. Select the Python runtime version. If you have Python version 2 installed, then select 2. If you have Python version 3 installed in your device, then select 3. Now next, drag and drop execute function. In the Python execute function action, enter the Python session as it is default. enter the name of the function to be executed. In the previous action, we have named the function as name. So enter the name of the function and arguments to the function. So select the argument to the function. So we'll create a new variable. We'll create the variable as Python variable, and it is of the type string. So we'll select the type string. You can select whichever type you want, but for now, since we are displaying a message which is of the type string, so we'll select the type string and enter the value which you want to be displayed. So I'll enter the value as thanks for watching this video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. So I have entered the default value, a message which is of the type string. If you want, you can enter the description, which is optional, and click on create and select. So we have created a variable. This supports only 0 or 1 argument. You can't pass more than 1 argument. And assign the output to variable. So which is optional, but we'll select the variable which we created now, Python variable. And next, we need a message box to display the variable. So I have entered for a message box value, a message, drag and drop a message box, type string. Enter the message box window title. When the message box is displayed, it contains a title. So what title you want the message box to be shown? So enter the title here. So I'll keep as it is the default title, Automation Anywhere Enterprise Client. Enter the message. So to enter the message, select the variable which we created. Choose a variable, Python variable. Click S insert. Scroll bar after lines. So after how much distance you want the message to be displayed in the message box. So select those many number of lines. Next, click on close message box after. Check this box, and it's recommended to at least keep 9 or 10 seconds. By default it is showing 5 seconds. We'll change it to 10 seconds. So the message box is done. Now when we have opened the Python script, we also need to close the Python script. We'll go to the list view and go to the Python script package and select close action. And in the close action, make sure that the session name is same. The session name which you provided in the Python script open action and the Python name close and the Python script close action, the session name should be same. Let's save. Python bot is successfully edited and saved. Let's click on run. So here you can see the message. Thanks for watching the video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. So this window will close within 10 seconds. So we had provided a 10 seconds closing window. So the window was closed within 10 seconds. After the message was shown, then still the bot was running. Why? Because after the message box we have provided the Python script close action. That is why the bot was still running and closing the script. So your bot has run successfully.
In this video, we will be looking at the top 10 RPA projects. The first project is web scraping. It is also known as screen scraping, web harvesting, web automation, and web data extraction because of its function. Scraping is a method of extracting huge amount of data from a website and saving it to a local file or a database. Businesses frequently search for relevant information on a competitor's or a specific website. However, the data on the most websites can only be read. There is no way to copy it for personal use. As a result, a time-consuming action of copying and pasting data is required. In a fraction of the time, this can be accomplished with robotic process automation. The web scraping software is programmed to load and extract the relevant data automatically. As a result, you will save energy and money. Web scraping is used by a variety of businesses from e-commerce stores to stock dealers to obtain data. Manual web scraping, on the other hand, might be very costly. This is why business automate the process. You can check out our video on UiPath Web Automation, where we have explained web automation in detail along with a demo. The next project is CRM upgrading. Customer relationship management is a set of techniques, methods, and technologies for managing customer interactions and data. CRM is used to increase customer interactions, loyalty, and sales across the customer life cycle. Employees in this field typically have basic, repetitive, and rule-based work with moderate or high volumes, making this a good choice for RPA where a bot replaces human effort. RPA systems are designed to handle tasks like this. RPA can perform repetitive, rule-based, and high-volume activities with ease. CRM systems collect data about clients from many channels and points of interaction. The example of these channels are company's website, phone, live chat, mail, and social media. RPA systems are already in use and completely functional. They can accomplish any repetitive task that a human undertakes in a smarter way using cognitive technologies. Due to significant cost and operations management benefits provided by RPA, a significant shift in business process is projected to occur very soon. The next project is support sales and marketing. Sales and marketing departments are among the most revenue generating areas in many businesses. You want to free up your sales team to do what they do the best, that is sell, in order to create leads and drive growth. Businesses large or small are discovering that removing the hurdles that prevent sales and marketing workers from executing their critical can help them maximize their time. RPA automates tasks on behalf of employees by combining software robots with business rules. It is well known that the interface of marketing and sales is frequently used to attract new customers. While marketing has advanced significantly in terms of automation, sales productivity still relies heavily on human involvement. Nonetheless, there are a variety of sales-related sub-functions that can be automated. A few of them are as follows. Sales strategy and long-term planning, forecasting, labor planning, resource allocation, and channel strategy are all things that need to be considered. Lead identification and qualification, pipeline management, as well as planning for new and existing clients. Pricing and quotations, setting bids, coming up with technological solutions, negotiating, and contracting are all the things that are done in pricing and quotation. Management of orders, credit checks, invoicing, and order processing are all things that need to be done. Management of after-sales services, monitoring, follow-up, and management of post-sale requests on a regular basis. Assistive function, reporting, analysis, training, administration, and the development of sales materials. Data generation or data migration. The process of moving data from one location to another, from one format to another, or from one application to another is known as data migration. This is usually the outcome of introducing a new data system or location. One-time activities like data migration and test data generation are frequently overlooked, despite the fact that RPA's ability to seamlessly connect systems without the need for time and cost-intensive programming of interfaces, and standalone applications may be particularly useful for these purposes. One of the most difficult aspects of data transfer is the range of source systems and as a result the variety of data formats. To tackle this problem, complex mapping tables, intermediate formats, and data cleansing are routinely used. These tasks not only increase migration expenses, but they also quickly escalate to a point where the complexity appears unmanageable. RPA, which automates typical process, provides a simple, cost-effective, and effective solution to all of these issues. High adaptability at lower cost. RPA is used to work with an almost limitless number of systems, interfaces, and data types. This feature is built in all RPA software systems and is available out of the box. Any client-specific customizing can be done quickly and easily. High quality data. Because RPA uses existing GUIs, rather than bespoke interfaces, any discrepancies or data quality issues are quickly detected by the underlying systems. As a result, before your migration data is delivered to the destination systems, it can be scanned and corrected. Needless to mention, RPA can also be used to generate any quality of test data needed to improve the quality of the routines. Documentation. RPA software flexibility allows it to create practically any log file required in a given situation. RPA may generate log files at any degree of detail and in any file type like text, Word, Excel, PDF, etc., and then propagate the results as needed. Call center operation. When a customer contacts an agent, the agent must first identify them in the system in order to obtain relevant data such as order status, order number, order location, pending tickets, and shipment ID. This requires the agent interacting with the customer while simultaneously moving from one system to another, the database which contains the customer's information and the other system which contains additional information. Customers must wait while the representative is busy dealing with the data, sometimes asking for the information that has already been requested. This tends to decrease customer satisfaction and extends call duration. RPA takes a user-friendly approach to data integration and process management. The need to switch between direct applications is eliminated by loading a full customer profile from numerous systems by automating actions such as application launch, mouse clicks, field entries, and so on. When RPA is used in call centers, it drastically decreases the time it takes to locate a customer in the system and examine all information about them on a single screen. As a result, the customer does not have to wait for the agent to load all the information, resulting in improved customer service and shorter average call length. Onboarding of employees. HR is one of the departments that is actively considering introducing RPA into its working procedures, with particular focus on onboarding process. The onboarding process prepares new employees for their new workplace by providing them with essential knowledge, skills, and behavior. This process usually begins before the first day of work and is an important aspect of integrating a newly hired employee into the organization's payroll and internal databases. Employee onboarding sets the tone for a new employee's career with your firm and is crucial in preparing them to contribute meaningfully. Yet for the most part, onboarding new staff is still a tedious and wasteful procedure. RPA improves HR procedures that are still run on older systems, such as onboarding, by adding new functionality, decreasing human error, and securing data. The organization was able to cut the process time to 3-4 minutes per new employee using a combination of RPA robots. The greater accuracy of the automation also reduced the time required for examining and rectifying problems previously. During high-volume hiring periods, the system proved to be easily extendable, and the organization was able to optimize data input, resource allocation, and error handling by monitoring the automated process. The tasks performed by RPA bots in onboarding process are cleaning resumes, fill-in process of new hire, verify candidates' information, induction and training, employment management, and send notifications to the new employees. Payroll processing. Payroll processing is a critical company operation that involves calculating employees' net pay after deducting applicable taxes and deductions. Payroll processing is one of the most important but also one of the most time-consuming operations in any company. Due to the importance of accuracy in order to avoid stiff IRS penalties, manually updating payroll system is difficult and potentially costly. Because of high level of risk and the time-consuming nature of manually updating records, businesses have begun to turn to automation to reduce mistakes and time wasted. Consider a scenario where in every month an HR service provider manually processed 100,000 payroll change occurrences. It took around 60 hours and 6 full-time personnel to complete the process. The operation was inefficient and complex because it comprised numerous departments and 2 essential desktop apps. All payroll updates received through email from customers are now handled by an RPA robot, which automatically inputs them into a SAP system. In approximately few weeks, the RPA solution was up and running, automating 90% of previous labor necessary to process this request. Claims processing. Claims processing is at the core of insurance industry. The insurance company satisfies its commitment to its consumers, establishes service standards, builds credibility, and performs its commitments at this stage. Many insurers have already implemented some kind of automation, whether it's simple tasks like scanning PDF documents or more extensive workflow automation. These solutions, on the other hand, are different and each have their own set of issues. Actually, they can further add to the complexity and difficulty of processing. The quality of the output from this automation is mostly determined by the programming quality. Every time a step in the process is altered, the entire software must be written. This complicates the claims process, exposes it to errors, and adds to the expenses. This is where robotic process automation enters the picture as fully integrated end-to-end automation solution that overcomes the existing issues. RPA operates at presentation layer, seamlessly interacting with all applications and systems, including the older system. It is completely scalable to meet the needs of the user and offers robotic accuracy of up to 100%. Legal processing. In terms of legal and compliance processes, this means that your lawyers and specialists will be able to respond more swiftly to the rising client and internal stakeholder demands. In-house legal departments and independent law firms both can benefit from UiPath robotic process automation solutions for legal. This frees up all your highly qualified legal professionals to focus on what matters most, learning the law and providing best legal advice possible to your clients. RPA automates operations on top of existing systems such as legal documents, apps, spreadsheets, PDFs, and websites. In Simple Editor, you can quickly design robots. Even lawyers and barristers have the ability to develop their own automation. The last project is data wiring for a healthcare system. Healthcare providers strive to provide high-quality care to as many people as possible. However, both providers and payers must complete and handle a plenty of forms, documentation, and data in order to do so. All of this data, like patient records, provider information, billing, and payment information, is collected, processed, filed, and stored in a mess of segregated and separate systems. Healthcare has become confusing and sluggish due to a plethora of process and networks, resulting in care that is potentially more expensive, slower, and ineffective for patients. This also means lower profitability for private suppliers. Robotic process automation is a tool that aids in the digital transformation process. In a nutshell, it's the wiring that connects all of the data in all of the systems in a way that's faster, more accurate, and more efficient than traditional IT approaches like complex business process management system, custom application program interfaces, and others. RPA, when combined with artificial intelligence, can swiftly and accurately push and draw a large amount of data from one system to another. In addition to speeding up the system, it frees up humans to undertake more value-added work by removing time-consuming, low-value jobs from their hands.
Now, if you're looking to make a career in this field, and if you're just browsing around for jobs, then you're in the right place. This video will absolutely help you crack that next interview of yours. The first question is, what is RPA? Now, robotic process automation is the use of software with artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities to handle high-volume repetitive tasks that previously required humans to perform. Now, some of these tasks could be addressing queries, making calculations, maintenance of records, or even performing transactions. Now, RPA is a form of automation that basically sticks to the front end of the system and carries out tasks without having to move to the back end. Now, this is an essential feature of RPA. Next up is mention a few applications of RPA. There are several applications. To mention a few, we have open mails and attachments, fill in forms and move files and folders, follow if-then rules, connect to system APIs, extract structured data from documents, make complex calculations, monitor manual processes and learn how to perform them, read and write databases, scrape data from documents, and even log into web enterprise applications. Next question is mention a few advantages of RPA. Firstly, RPA reduces cost. Now, by automating tasks, the cost saving of almost 30% can be achieved through RPA. RPA reduces operational risks. Various companies prefer to outsource busy work to external parties. Now, this comes with an inherent risk of human errors and inefficiency. Now, RPA brings forth a better solution, and since work stays in-house, there's less operational risk. Next up is quality and accuracy. RPA offers services to processes with a high probability of human errors, thereby increasing accuracy. Robots are reliable and consistent and don't complain when expected to work tirelessly. Next up is scalability. With the help of RPA, companies can make adjustments based on seasonality and can easily scale up or down the operation as needed. Reduced workload. Automating tasks like report making can significantly reduce the workload on the employee, allowing them to focus on other critical tasks. Improved customer satisfaction. Since accuracy is maintained and operational risk is minimal, customers are provided with quality content. Lastly, we have improved business results. Since all employees are focusing on activities that add more value to the company, improved results in the business are visible. The next question is, what are some industries that can benefit from RPA? There are several industries and domains that are currently benefiting from RPA. To mention a few, there's banking and finance, IT integration processes, human resources, insurance agencies, marketing and sales, and customer relationship management. Moving on to next question, what are RPA tools? Now, to meet the objectives of RPA tools are used. They are the software with the help of which one can configure tasks and build bots to automate them. Some of the popular ones in the market today are UiPath, Blue Prism, Automation Anywhere, WorkFusion, and Redwood. Moving on to next question, explain the working of RPA. Now, the typical working of RPA includes 4 crucial stages. The first stage is planning. In this stage, the processes to be automated are defined, which includes identifying the test objects, finalizing the implementation approach, and defining a clear roadmap for the RPA implementation. The next step is design and development. In this phase, you start developing the automation workflows as per the agreed plan. Thirdly, we have deployment and testing. This phase typically includes the execution of the bots. Any unexpected outages are to be taken care of during the deployment. To ensure accurate functioning, testing of these bots for bugs and errors is crucial. Lastly, we have support and maintenance. Providing constant support helps in identifying and rectifying the errors better. Moving on to the next question, what is the difference between traditional automation and RPA? Here's a simple image for you. Now, to go on to talk about the differences, traditional automation involves programming APIs and integration tools to integrate different systems. RPA, on the other hand, mimics the actions of a user at the user interface level. In the case of traditional automation, the developer needs to have a good understanding of the target system, while in RPA, as long as the bot can exactly follow the steps, the developer need not worry about the underlying complexities. The next question is mention the types of RPA. Now basically there are three types of RPA. First up is unattended or autonomous RPA. Now this is ideal for reducing work like completing data processing tasks in the background. They do not require any human intervention. Now these bots can be launched at specific intervals, or they could be bot initiated, or they could be triggered by some data input. Next up is attended RPA. Now these bots live on the user's machine and are triggered by the user. They can be launched when embedded on an employee's device, or they can be auto-run based on certain conditions, or they can be launched using the RPA client tool. Lastly, we have hybrid RPA. It is a combination of attended and autonomous bots. Now these bots address front and back office tasks in the enterprise. The next question is, what are front and back office bots? Now front office bots are those whose deployment is totally in the user's control. They require human intervention. They work from the same desktop as that of the user. It can only be triggered by local machines manually and cannot run remotely. When it comes to back office bots, these bots can run on locked machines from the orchestrator. The user may not be actively involved in its working, and these bots can be triggered remotely by servers. The next question is, what are some features of RPA? First up is Rich Analytical Suite. Now RPA monitors and manages automated functions from a central console. Now this console can be accessed from anywhere and offer basic metrics on robots, servers, workflows and more. Simple creation of bots. RPA tools allow quick creation of bots effortlessly by capturing mouse clicks and keystrokes with built-in screen recorder components. Scriptless automation. RPA tools are code-free and can automate any application in any department. Employees with less programming skills can create bots through GUIs. Security. RPA tools enable the configuration as well as customization of encryption capabilities for securing certain data types to defend against the interruption of network communication. Hosting and deployment. RPA systems can automatically deploy bots in groups of hundreds. Hence, RPA can be installed on desktops and deployed on servers to access data for repetitive tasks. Debugging. Some RPA tools require to stop running to rectify the errors, while other tools allow dynamic interaction while debugging. This is one of the most powerful features of RPA. Moving on, what are the major differences between Blue Prism and UiPath? Moving on to the first feature is trial version. Blue Prism offers a trial version. It's available in two options, either on cloud or on the local computer. UiPath, on the other hand, offers free edition. Both trial and license versions are available. Moving on to base technologies, Blue Prism is completely based on C#. UiPath is based on SharePoint, Kibana, and Elasticsearch. Moving on to Process Designer. Blue Prism allows you to create, design, edit, as well as test business processes from the Visual Business Object. But what exactly is a VBO? A VBO can take the form of a set of coded functions which may be written in VB.NET or C#.NET. UiPath acts as a visual process designer with friendly developer options. Now, a visual process designer basically is a dashboard consisting of various tools through which a developer can define the automation tasks. Moving on to accessibility. Blue Prism allows only browser-based accessibility. UiPath, on the other hand, provides mobile and browser accessibility. Moving on to robots, Blue Prism offers back-office automation only, while UiPath offers both front and back office automation. The next crucial factor is a macro recorder. In case of Blue Prism, a macro recorder does not exist, while in the case of UiPath, it consists of a macro recorder enabling faster process mapping. Moving on, what is Citrix automation? Any automation solution built using a virtual desktop or built to work in virtual desktops is Citrix automation. It plays a major role in small to corporate companies like BPO and contact centers where applications are being accessed remotely because of security considerations. Next question is, what is UiPath Studio? Now, UiPath Studio is basically a platform to create the automation bots. It encompasses hundreds of activity templates and ready-made components to drag and drop. UiPath Studio consists of, first up is GUI dashboard. It offers a visual dashboard with activities like send email, display message, and so on. It also consists of different types of recorders. UiPath Studio offers various recorders to record actions on multiple platforms. Next up is logging and exception handling. It offers various options for these too, such as debug, open logs, slow step, etc. Lastly, it offers reusable components. Here the user can create usable components to publish them together as libraries. Moving on, what are activities in UiPath? The Activities panel shows available activities that can be added to the current workflow. Users can use the search box to find various activities, navigate through them using navigation keys, and press. System Activities Pack contains all the basic activities used for creating automation projects. These activities enable the robots to manipulate data tables by adding or extracting information, or directly interact with directories and files on your machine, performing any action a human user would. Also, there are other types of activities in the pack that aid in the creation and execution of automation projects themselves, such as logical operators and expressions. Moving on, what is a sequence in UiPath? A sequence is a simple linear representation that flows from top to bottom and defines which activities are to be performed. Alright, you can see a simple example on your screen here. So to give you a detailed explanation, let me just navigate to UiPath. And here I can create a new sequence. I go to New, click on Sequence, and let me call it sequence as it is and say Create. Alright, now a sequence is created. So I want to display two messages. So let's look for the activity that is message box. I drag and drop it here. And let me display hello first. And I drag another message box, and after that I drop it here. And okay, let me do that again. Alright, and here I display welcome. Alright, so let's save this and debug. According to the logic, hello has to be displayed first and then welcome. Right? So let's go ahead and see if it does that. Alright, you see a hello message first, followed by which you can see the welcome message. So this is what a sequence is. Moving on to the next question, what is scraping in UiPath? Now scraping can be done in two ways. First up is data scraping. Now this is a technique with the help of which structured data can be extracted from the web or any application and saved to a database or a spreadsheet or a .csv file. In the case of screen scraping, it is a process of collecting screen display data from one application and translating it so that another application can display it. Now you can see the two options on the top of your user interface in UiPath. Moving on, what are UiPath robots? Now UiPath robots run the automation that is created using the UiPath Studio. Now there are two types of robots. As discussed earlier, we have attended robots. Now they work with you to speed up the process like service desk operation or help desk operations. Now it is used in activities where human involvement is key. Next up is unattended robots. Now these operate without the human touch, maximizing cost and performance benefits for any variety of back office tasks. Next question, what does the UiPath Orchestrator do? Now the Orchestrator is a centralized robot management dashboard where you can easily deploy, secure and manage your UiPath robots at scale. First, you have to create the bot. The project is then published as a process for further use. Once a process is created, it is assigned to a specific robot to execute in an environment. This collectively constitutes a job. All of this is taken care of by the UiPath Orchestrator. Next question. How is exception handling achieved in UiPath? Exception handling is one of the error handling methods in UiPath. The error handling activity has 4 options. First up is rethrow. Now using this activity, a robot throws an exception again which was previously caught while executing the workflow. For this activity, we don't need to provide any specified message. Secondly, we have terminate workflow. Now this is a mechanism where we can ask the robot to terminate REST activities. This activity is mostly used when there is no data to process. To use this activity, we may need to provide the exception message which the bot may log in, the error log file which we can refer to later. Third is throw. Throw activity is a mechanism wherein if a bot fails to execute a mentioned activity, it throws an error with a specified error message to help us understand better. Lastly, we have try catch. Now this activity has 3 parts. The try block would be executed, and if there was an error, it will be caught in the catch section. Now after executing the try block, robot will execute the finally block in any condition. Moving on, what are breakpoints in UiPath? Breakpoints are used to purposely pause the debugging process on any activity that may trigger execution issues. You can place and modify a breakpoint on any of the activities as follows. So from the context menu, you can right-click on an activity and select toggle breakpoint. So let me show you how that works. So here, in my sequence, I can just right-click on it. And here you can see the toggle breakpoint option. You can go ahead and click on that. That is one of the methods. Or I can select the activity and click on the breakpoints button on the debug tab. So let me show you. Here, let me select this. And in my debug tab, I can click on breakpoints and say toggle breakpoint. That is another method. And lastly, I can press F9 while the desired activity is being selected. It's as simple as that. Moving on to the next question. What is a macro recorder? A macro recorder allows you to record mouse events and keyboard activities to generate automation scripts. Now the activities are arranged based on the sequence of actions being performed on the screen, right? So this sequence is saved in your workflow, which you can later use it to play back the recorded action. Moving on, what are the user events in UiPath? Mention a few. Now user events in UiPath specify the actions performed due to the occurrence of certain events, right? Some of these events could be click, key press, or monitor mouse, or any monitor keyboard, etc. So when it comes to onClick element, now this basically monitors all the click events on a specified UI element. The mouse buttons left, right and middle are used for the click action. By default, the left mouse button is selected. On key press element. Now this monitors keyboard events on a specified UI element. Special keys are supported and you can select them from the activity drop-down list. This field supports only strings and string variables. On click image. This monitors the image defined by the target UI element for mouse input. And monitor mouse. This monitors a specified mouse key combination system-wide event. Moving on, we have what are the different activities performed by UiPath. We have core activities for automation processes, cognitive activities for language translations, credential activities for enabling the addition or deletion of credentials, database activities basically used for executing queries, transactions, etc. We have Excel activities for automating MS Excel tasks, FTP activities for performing functions on the FTP server, intelligent OCR activities for digitization and scraping. We have mail activities for working with IMAP, POP3, SMTP, Outlook. We have PDF activities for data extraction from PDF, Python activities for invoking Python scripts and methods, terminal activities for retrieving data from the terminal. We have web activities for performing SOAP and HTTP requests to any web APIs. And we have Word activities for automating activities in MS Word. So these are a few you could mention. Moving on, what does the control room in Automation Anywhere do? The control room is a web-based platform that controls automation anywhere. Alright, the control room deals with user management, source control. The code for the bots is managed by the control room. Dashboard, it gives complete analytics and results of automation anywhere bots. And license management. The purchased licenses for automation anywhere are configured in the control room. Now there are two types of licenses in automation anywhere. You have the device license, which allows you to create a bot, edit bot, and then run a bot. And you have the run license, wherein the user can only run the bot and cannot make any changes. So this is what the control room does. Moving on to the next question, what is a bot runner? Now a bot runner is the machine where you run the bot. Now you could have multiple bots running in parallel. You only need the run license to run the bots. The bots report back the execution logs, pass, fail status back to the control room. Moving on, what are task bots, meta bots, and IQ bots? So task bots basically are the bots that automate a rule-based repetitive task in areas like documentation, administration, HR, claims, management, etc. Moving on to meta bots, these bots are the automation building blocks. It is designed in such a way that with application changes or updates, you need to make minimal edits to this bot. Any changes made to the bot is easily reflected. Lastly, we have the IQ bots. Now this is an advanced tool. It can learn on its own and perform a task according to it. IQ bots offer automation using highly advanced cognitive technology. Moving on, is robotic process automation similar to screen scraping or macros? Now, screen scraping mostly talks about the old green screen applications, mainframe ones, where you basically capture the screen. You process it based on its content and information that you have. When it comes to RPA, it is more intelligent, more capable, and much more robust. What it does, it connects to the elements. Whether they are Windows applications or Java applications, does not matter. They connect all the elements. It does use screen scraping, yes, but it's just a part of robotic process automation. They're not entirely the same. Moving on, what are thick and thin clients? A thick client is the application that requires certain attribute features using RPA tools, example a computer, a calculator, or Internet Explorer. While a thin client is the application that never requires the specific properties while using the RPA tools. Very simple. The next question is, how is a chatbot different from RPA? Now a chatbot is basically a bot that is programmed to chat with the user like a human being would. Right? While in case of RPA, it is a bot that is programmed to automate a manual business process of executing a task or any activity with a business function. Alright, so a chatbot can be used as a medium to feed input to the RPA bot, but it cannot replicate the features of an RPA system. Moving on to the final question, can Selenium be used for RPA? Well, there are lots of test automation tools in the market today like Selenium, Qtp and Appium. These are good test automation tools. And no, they cannot be used for robotic process automation. Test automation tools have a constraint. They require software in order to run. But in case of RPA, it can be applied to anything other than a product. And mostly RPA is used to automate business processes. So Selenium or any test automation tool for that matter cannot be used for RPA.
So with that, we have come to the end of this RPA Developer full course. If you enjoyed watching it, make sure you hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon to never miss an update. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.